Right. Well, shall we get started, everybody? It looks like we've got a good group of people joining us, and I know a few will probably join in a few minutes. So I'd like to say welcome to everybody for coming to our October community conference, Improving Health Outcomes. And I'd like to please welcome our host today, Mark Oberman, who is of Del Mar, California. Mark's been an active volunteer with San Diego Division since its inception in 2010. And he served as the chair of the San Diego Walk to Cure Psoriasis in 2012 and 2013, as well as the inaugural chair of the 2016 San Diego Team NPF Cycle event. Also in 2016, Mark was elected to the board of directors, where he serves on the research committee. Welcome, Mark. It's glad to have you here.
Thank you, Jane. I'm glad to be here. And as my first order of business, I'd like to welcome Ron Grau, chair of the NPF Board of Directors. Ron has been a member of NPF South Florida Division since 2011. He was elected to the board in 2014 and currently serves as chair of the executive committee and a member of the governance, audit, compensation, and research committees. I may have left some out, but anyway, welcome, Ron.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Do you want me to go ahead and get started? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Sorry. Okay. Yep. So thank you, Mark. I appreciate that introduction. And yes, you're right on all of those committees. I just want to say also that I've been a member of a volunteer a number of years before I was on the board. I'm now in my 7th year serving on the board, which has been truly amazing. And now being chairman of the board, fourth month of doing that, and it's really an honor to be chairman and to be here today with all of you. So, thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's Healthier Together community conference, and also a big shout out to the NPF and all its volunteers for putting this all together. So I realize I only have a few minutes to speak, so I'd like to take the opportunity to touch on our 5-year strategic plan. As you may know, our strategic plan went into effect in July of 2020 and will end in June of 24. And it has a vision and a mission. So the vision is a life free of psoriatic diseases and their comorbidities. And its mission is to drive efforts to cure psoriatic disease and improve the lives of those affected. The plan also has 3 goals to meet its vision and mission, and each goal has a number of strategies and metrics. So goal number 1 is to lead collaborative transformational research in psoriatic disease. Goal 2 is to increase the lifespan and health of individuals living with psoriatic disease. And goal 3 is to secure the human, technological, and financial resources necessary to achieve the NPF's mission-related goals. So I'm happy to report that all 3 goals are well underway, and we've made tremendous progress, even though we've had COVID trying to get in the way. Here are just a couple of examples of our progress. So with regard to goal number 1, lead collaborative transformational research in psoriatic disease, the NPF has allocated $2.5 million over 5 years to develop a PSA psoriatic arthritis diagnostic test. Meaning if you go to the doctor and are diagnosed with psoriasis, the doctor will be able to give you a test to see if you are predisposed for psoriatic arthritis. And if you are, the doctor may decide to put you on a different drug therapy, which could help prevent joint damage early on. I also think it's important to note that rheumatoid arthritis, the RA community, has a test that already provides an RA diagnosis. So I know that the PSA test will be a welcome addition to a rheumatologist's bag of diagnostic tools. The NPF has also allocated $6.5 million over 5 years to the Psoriasis Prevention Initiative, also known as PPI. PPI is an ambitious research initiative that aims to identify an intervention that will prevent the onset of psoriatic disease, disease relapse, and its comorbidities. As I mentioned, these initiatives are well underway. I'd also like to touch on the comorbidities associated with psoriasis, which is near and dear to my heart, literally. I remember when I first started volunteering with the NPF, research was starting to reveal that there may be a link between psoriatic disease and cardiovascular disease. Once I heard that, I made sure to keep track of the research in this area. I think the theory at the time was inflammation on the outside means inflammation on the inside. I don't have a science or medical background, but that certainly made sense to me. Since then, I paid a lot of attention to this particular area, and now there's a lot more evidence that cardiovascular disease is in fact a comorbidity associated with psoriasis. In terms of my family tree, my grandfather and his 4 brothers all had psoriasis and cardiovascular disease, and all 5 passed away in their 40s. They were also overweight, smoked, and had poor diet, so obviously a lot of contributing factors. However, I feel it's all the more reason, especially with the people that have psoriasis, to eat right, exercise, and make sure that you're being treated properly for your disease. One of the things that I'm incredibly thankful for is the fact that we have the National Psoriasis Foundation, consisting of people that wake up every morning, go to work, and are actually getting us one day closer to curing this nasty disease every single day. I'm also incredibly thankful for the growing number of volunteers that offer their time selflessly to help meet our important mission. Again, I only have a few minutes, so I want to, my last thing to say here would be to thank, again, all of you for attending today and for being here and for all of your hard work and efforts and your volunteering. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ron. That was very well said. And thank you for covering so much about what the NPF does. Next up, I wanted to introduce Randy Beranek, our president and CEO. Randy joined the National Psoriasis Foundation as its president and CEO in 2008, bringing with him more than 2 decades of executive level experience in the national nonprofit health industry. During his tenure with the NPF, the organization has experienced unprecedented growth. The organization successfully obtained the first ever psoriasis-related appropriation from the US Congress to enable the Centers for Disease Control, the CDC, and Prevention, to produce its public health agenda for psoriasis. NPF's focus on grassroots advocacy has led to important legislative victories in several states. Beranek is a former member of the board of directors of the National Health Council and past board chair. He has also chaired several NHC committees and has served as chairman of the International Federation of Psoriasis Associations, IFPA, General Assembly, and on 3 separate occasions. Beranek began his career in the nonprofit health industry with the American Heart Association. There he learned and embraced the principles of volunteer recruitment, community development, fundraising, and results orientation. That's all I've got, but he's done an amazing job. So thank you. I'd like to introduce Randy.
Well, Mark, this is Leah Howard. I am the NPF's Chief Operating Officer, and I am happy to jump in on Randy's behalf. I think he's having some technical issues and isn't on the line yet, but thank you for the very warm introduction you gave for him, and we'll be sure to pass that along to him. It's a pleasure to be with all of you. This is the 3rd, as you may know, this is the 3rd of the community conferences that we have held this year, and they've been an incredible opportunity for us to talk with the community and share information that we have, but really to hear from all of you about what concerns you, what interests you, and how we can help as an organization you to achieve better health. So thank you for being here today. I know Randy wanted to express his thanks to you, so I'm happy to do that on his behalf. Thank you to Mark for emceeing and for Ron to kicking us off. We have a number of other board members on the line as well. I saw both Matt Kaselika and Rick Seiden. So please continue to jump in and share your thoughts with the group. And for those of you who are attending, know that you've got the NPF's board here listening and interested in supporting all of you. So, and thank you to the other volunteers and staff members who have joined. I think this is going to be a great conversation. We have a great agenda. So Jane, let's get started.
Thank you, Leah. We really appreciate you jumping in there for the cover of those difficulties that Randy was having. All right, Mark.
Yeah, so next up, wanted to introduce a few researchers who will tell us about some of the recent research symposium. In September, researchers converged in New York City from around the country for the 2021 Research Symposium. The theme of the symposium, as well as our conference today, was improving health outcomes. Today, Dr. Wilson Liao will be sharing information and insights from the symposium. Dr. Liao is professor and vice chair of research in the UCSF Department of Dermatology. He serves as director of the UCSF Psoriasis and Skin Treatment Center and is deeply engaged in patient care, clinical trials, and basic science research. Dr. Liao has volunteered with the NPF since 2006 and currently serves as chair of the NPF Scientific Advisory Committee. Please welcome Dr. Liao. I think
Mark, did you want me to keep going, or did you want to introduce the others?
Yeah, I'd like to also introduce Dr. Marwa Hakimi. She completed her training in internal medicine at Alameda Health System, Highland Hospital, and medical education at the University of California, Davis School of Medicine. She is a clinical research fellow at the Psoriasis and Skin Treatment Center, Department of Dermatology, UCSF. And Mimi Chung is currently a dermatology research scholar at University of California, San Francisco, working on inflammatory skin diseases with Dr. Tina Bhutani and Dr. Wilson Liao. She is a fourth-year medical student at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. And last but not least, Dr. Erin Bartholomew is a medical student at Eastern Virginia Medical School, currently serving as a clinical research coordinator at UCSF. She works on multiple clinical trials and scholastic endeavors aimed at learning both qualitative disease progression and outcomes, as well as quantitative chronic disease mechanisms, including psoriasis, atopic dermatitis, and other chronic inflammatory skin disease. So please take it away, Dr. Liao.
Great. Thank you so much, Mark, for that kind introduction. I'm so excited to be here with all of you today. Always love interacting with patients and learning from patients. It's just, NPF is an incredible organization, so it's just a real pleasure to be with you. The purpose of today's session that we're giving is to really recap the highlights of the Research Symposium a few weeks ago in New York City. It was actually my first in-person conference since the start of COVID, and it was absolutely amazing to be there live, to feel the energy and actually discuss collaborations with other scientists, how we can move the field forward. So it was just an incredible experience, and hopefully there's more in-person events to come. So I hope it's the start of a newer normal. Today I'm joined by several of my colleagues at UCSF. They are all trainees who are very passionate about psoriasis research and are themselves engaged in research. So I'd like to take a moment first to just have them self-introduce themselves and say a few words about what they're currently doing. So Marwa.
Thank you, Dr. Liao, and welcome everyone. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for letting us present and having us here today. My name is Marwa. I studied medicine at the University of California, Davis, and completed my training in internal medicine in the Bay Area. I'm currently working on psoriasis research at the University of California, San Francisco with Dr. Liao, as well as Mimi and Erin. I was fortunate enough to attend my first dermatology conference ever this year, hosted by the National Psoriasis Foundation in New York City. And what a great first one to go to. There I saw the mission of the NPF was very clear: to move towards a cure and to support those living with psoriatic disease. The research you'll hear about today is very reflective of both of those aspects of the NPF mission. They have a goal in mind. Here's where we want to be, and they're developing research to find out how to get there. So I'm very excited to share some of that with you guys today.
Thank you, Marwa. Mimi?
Hi, everybody. My name is Mimi. I'm one of the fourth-year medical students at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai in New York City. And I am taking a year off to do research on inflammatory skin diseases like psoriasis. And I really appreciate being here and being able to talk to you a little bit more about what we learned at the conference in New York. One of my favorite things about this conference was being able to see sort of things that we are doing from the clinical aspect all the way back down to basic science with test tubes and Erlenmeyer flasks. So seeing the scope of disease, seeing the amount of expertise in one room, all focused on one specific disease and improving outcomes for patients was really exciting to me. So thank you again for letting me speak, and I'm really excited to speak to you as well.
Great, thank you, Mimi. We definitely share your excitement. Erin?
Hi, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Erin Bartholomew. I'm a fourth-year medical student taking a research year at UCSF with Dr. Liao and Dr. Bhutani at the Psoriasis Research Center. I'm really excited to be here as well. And the NPF conference was also my first dermatology conference that I had attended, and that was wonderful. I think the thing that I enjoyed most, going off what Mimi said, is seeing, the basic science research and then all the way tying that into mental health and how patients with psoriasis live on a daily basis, and to see how treatments have progressed. And it really brings a lot of hope for the future as far as treatment and steps moving forward. So I'm excited to share what we learned and what we learned at the conference. And thank you again for having us.
Great, thanks, Erin. So our session is just a little over an hour long, which seems like a long time, but we've broken it up into 3 different sections: clinical research, translational, and basic. And after each 15 to 20 minute presentation, we'll pause for some questions and answers. Please also feel free throughout the talk to type in your question into the chat box, and we'll address those questions either during the breaks, or someone will respond to you, to the group through the chat box. So with that, let's go ahead and dive in. I'm going to share my screen. Great. And so Dr. Hakimi is going to jump us off in terms of clinical research.
Thank you, Dr. Liao. So I'll be talking about the clinical research, which was the first section in the conference this year at the NPF. Next slide, please. The opening address was given by Dr. Michelle McMurray-Heath this year. She's a medical doctor and immunologist by training. She's also the president and CEO of BIO, which is the world's largest biotechnology advocacy organization. She launched BIO Equality Agenda this year, which is, its vision is to promote health equality and access to medicine, ensuring diversity in clinical trials, invest in minority scientists and entrepreneurs, and expand opportunities for women and minorities. Her vision is to allow science to reach into communities in a way that's fair, impactful, inclusive, and overall to be more just. Next slide, please. We were also welcomed by Dr. Lindsay Criswell, who is the director of the National Institute of Arthritis and Musculoskeletal and Science Diseases. She noted how the research topics that you'll be hearing about today align with the NIH research themes as well, valuing a team approach to improving health outcomes, understanding and reducing health disparities, enhancing early diagnosis, treatment, and comorbidities, and then figuring out the genetic, molecular, and cellular basis of diseases that will allow new treatment targets to optimize treatment outcomes. She also told us about NIH funding opportunity that includes psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis this year, and it's a collaborative effort, is one of the key components of the program. Next slide, please. So for our first session, we'll be discussing the clinical research. Next slide, please. Thank you. So Dr. Takeshita gave a talk about addressing racial, ethnic, and health disparities in psoriasis. So the first question is, what is a health disparity? One definition is that it is a type of health difference that is closely linked with social, economic, and/or environmental disadvantage. And the key word I want to highlight here is disadvantage, which is critical to the definition of a health disparity. So not all health differences is a health disparity. It's only if it's linked to some kind of disadvantage. These differences in health are avoidable, unjust, and unfair. So what are the main factors that make up whether we are healthy or not? Well, although genetics is a part of it, it's not the main factor. Other causes are behaviors such as smoking, drinking, exercise, and also social and environmental causes. So if we understand this, then what is a healthcare disparity? Well, as you see here, there's a graph that shows non-minority and minority. And as you can see, the two bars are not equal in the quality of healthcare. There is a difference between the non-minority and minority. So what are these differences? We can divide them, these things that cause healthcare differences, into three groups. So the first group that you see on top is clinical appropriateness. That means you're choosing management based on how severe a disease is. That's not a healthcare disparity. That's just a healthcare difference. But what about if it's not a clinical appropriateness and it's not based on patient preference? What if it's something that's operational of the healthcare system, or a discrimination or bias or stereotype? Now that is a disparity, and that disadvantages people. So first you have to identify and detect the disparity. Then you have to understand what causes it on the patient level, the healthcare level. And once you can identify the cause, then you can reduce and intervene on these disparities. You can enact policies that can change it. There's been some studies that have shown that racial minority patients with psoriasis are less likely than white patients to see a dermatologist, even when you're controlling for things like differences in age, gender, and health insurance. Once patients get to a dermatologist and are diagnosed with psoriasis, then what? We know that most patients with moderate to severe psoriasis are not treated enough, or basically are undertreated. Are there certain patient populations that are more likely to be undertreated? And so if we look at the next slide, we can see that there is a difference. Black patients and those who pay more for prescription drugs are less likely to receive biologic therapies for psoriasis. So this is an identified treatment disparity. As you can see, the black bar, which represents white patients, is higher for biologic treatment of psoriasis. They wanted to know the answer. Why is this disparity occurring? So they interviewed Black patients with moderate to severe psoriasis, and they noticed the theme that Black patients that had not taken a biologic before were not familiar with the biologic, and that they disliked needles. If disliking needles is truly a patient preference, then that is not a disparity. Not being familiar with biologics was not a theme when they interviewed white patients, interestingly. So they wanted to investigate why that was the case. So as you can see, we detected the difference, which is biologics difference in white and Black patients. Then we tried to understand it. Disliking needles was not the disparity, but Black patients being less familiar with biologics was a disparity. So when they investigated why this was the case, they looked at advertisements and commercials on TV. They found that there was a lack of diversity in the commercials. So it's unlikely that a non-white individual will look at the ad and think that it applies to them, or that they even get psoriasis. They also found that that providers were unsure of the diagnosis in patients of skin of color more often, and that they were less likely to treat these patients if they were unsure of the diagnosis. So going forward, what do we need to do to reduce some of these disparities? So if we increase the awareness of biologic therapies among Black patients with psoriasis, and we encourage companies to increase the diversity among characters in their ads, that can reduce the disparity. And also, if we ensure that there's enough education about diagnosing conditions in all skin types, both people who are in training and those who are continuing in their practice, this can also help reduce the disparity. So in summary, health disparities exist for nearly every health condition, and psoriasis is not unique. And more research is important not only to identify these disparities, but also understand the cause and try to get rid of these disparities. Next slide, please. Our next talk by Dr. Desai looked at psoriasis and skin of color. There's racial and ethnic distribution among psoriasis patients in the United States, depicted by this graph here. In the United States, psoriasis affects approximately 3.2% of the US adults and about less than 1% of children. That amount is approximately 8 million people affected with psoriasis in the United States. These are adults that are 20 years and older who have psoriasis. Psoriasis was most common in non-Hispanic white individuals, and the prevalence of psoriasis has not significantly changed since 2003 in the US, based on this survey. Interestingly, worldwide on average, psoriasis occurs more frequently in adults than children, and the prevalence is higher in countries that are distant from the equator than those are close to the equator. So the equator is an imaginary line around the Earth that divides it from north to south, top and bottom of the Earth. So those that are far away from this midline are more likely to have psoriasis. This tells us that there's an environmental, climate, diet, or genetic role at play. Next slide, please. It was also discussed some of the clinical features of psoriasis and skin of color. So there may be less scaling, there may be more purple discoloration and areas of hyperpigmentation, which is this darker color that you see on the left that are near the pink plaques. The picture on the right shows that psoriasis here, this was proven by biopsy, but if you look at it, it can be confused with other skin diseases. So it's important not only to recognize and diagnose psoriasis and skin of color, but also to support, treat, and promote research in this area as well. I want to highlight the Skin of Color Society, which is a professional dermatologic organization that is dedicated to promoting awareness and education of healthcare providers and the general public on dermatologic health issues related to skin of color. And lastly, a new worldwide social media campaign that is against colorism called #UnfairAndLovely. Next slide, please. Dr. Ogi talked about the impact of obesity and psoriatic disease. Obesity is a very common problem in psoriatic arthritis. So to orient you to this graph, the blue bar is the control group or the general population. The orange bar is psoriatic arthritis, and the gray bar is rheumatoid arthritis. So if we're looking across the bottom, for any age group, psoriatic arthritis patients are more obese than the general population, or even with patients who have other inflammatory conditions like rheumatoid arthritis. What's not shown on this graph is that patients with psoriasis who don't have psoriatic arthritis fall somewhere in between the orange bar and the gray bar, somewhere in between psoriatic arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. So in general, patients with psoriatic arthritis are more obese than patients with psoriasis and those with rheumatoid arthritis. Next slide, please. So how does that obesity impact a patient's disease and their life? Well, in obesity, there are fat cells, which are shown here in the middle. You can see white circles and a pink background. And these fat cells produce small proteins called cytokines. These are the blue circles. And these cytokines cause inflammation. Well, obesity is associated with an increased risk of developing diabetes and fatty liver disease. We know that. These are also common problems in patients with psoriatic disease. Obesity is associated with depression. There's a loop that goes back and forth between obesity and depression. In addition, there's an association with increased risks of osteoarthritis, mostly in the hips, knees, and even hands in women. Obesity is associated with more fat in the muscles, so you don't have strong muscles to hold up the joints in the right place that they need to be, so you can have more joint pain. Lastly, there's an association with obesity and the severity of skin disease and long-term outcomes like developing psoriatic arthritis. We saw that in the previous graph. What's interesting is that patients with psoriatic arthritis are obese for many years before they get diagnosed with psoriatic arthritis. Research has even shown that obesity is associated with more pain, and in patients who are obese, their arthritis is less likely to improve to the low level of disease activity, even with treatment. The good news is that there's something we can do about it. It's weight loss. Studies have shown that weight loss improves psoriasis. It decreases the risk of developing psoriatic arthritis over the years. And how patients feel after they get treatment for their joint disease. Remember, but change is hard. So look for support from your providers and your community. Next slide, please. Our next talk was from Dr. Gorshik, getting to the heart of the matter, psoriasis, inflammation, and cardiovascular risk. He was trained in cardiology, Dr. Gorshik. So I'll kind of talk us through this cartoon depiction. This is looking at the inside of a blood vessel. So your arteries can become diseased when they have plaques of fatty material or cholesterol that builds up inside their walls. As you can imagine, if you have a plaque inside your blood vessel wall, it can cause a block of blood flow inside the artery. And if it builds up severely big enough over time, it can cause a block. But also, if this blocked plaque all of a sudden becomes ruptured and breaks open, it can lead to a clot forming and cause a block that way as well. So that's kind of the background of heart disease. So this is showing that in this cartoon, there's this blood vessel wall. And if you have damaged the blood vessel wall from inflammation, because inflammation, there's these immune cells that they're showing there and cytokines that we talked about earlier, and these can damage the wall. This allows these little yellow particles that are called LDH particles. And so you have fat, and they can get through the damaged wall, the lining, and then they're taken up by these other purple cells there called macrophages. And then that can cause the smooth muscle wall to increase. So that's a little bit of the background. So it's this inflammation that's causing the blood vessel wall to damage and allowing the fat to go into the cells. Well, what he showed in his research is that in psoriasis, there's blood fragments called platelets that may be involved in damaging the blood vessel lining, which was interesting. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of those blood fragments, and they're the ones that are damaging the blood vessel wall. So in summary, they saw that in patients with psoriasis, these blood fragments called platelets, they're activated and they become active. And once they're activated, they can damage the blood vessel lining. And that there's something called COX-1 that may be helping this activation of the platelets. So then the question is, what if we just block COX-1? Which there's actually a medication that does that. It's called aspirin. Aspirin blocks COX-1. What will that do to the platelets? So they actually looked at this. They took about 20 patients with psoriasis. These were generally young, healthy patients. They gave one group aspirin, and then they gave another group no treatment for 2 weeks. And then they took biopsies of their blood vessels, and they looked at the lining before and after aspirin treatment. And they found that there was changes that possibly aspirin could be having a benefit to decrease the blood vessel inflammation. Although this was a small and short study and more research is needed, it's still very interesting for the future to think about. Next slide, please. The last clinical research talk was given by Dr. Kim, who's a rheumatologist, and it was discussing trials with real world data studies. So when the FDA approves a drug for the first time, it requires what's called a randomized control trial, or RTC. And this is where people get either placebo or the real drug. While these are great to see if a treatment is effective, and it's great for approving a drug, but there's a problem. We can't always do a randomized control trial. Sometimes it's not ethical, or it's not feasible as the number of treatments are increasing, or there's a cost issue. So not all important or interesting questions can be answered with a randomized control trial. And they can miss rare side effects, or side effects that can occur a couple years down the line. So then we need to consider using what's called real world data, or RWD. For example, registries or studies that observe and follow patients over time, either through their medical charts or through surveys. What we do is try our best to get all of the data before a patient starts treatment, what's called the baseline data, so that we can try to make these as similar to randomized control trials in that way. And so that was very an interesting talk as well. And with that, we end our clinical research part of the talk today, and I'll open to any questions or comments.
Thank you, Marwa. Just to highlight that we had a question from Vicky in the chat asking whether this means that from Dr. Garshik's research, we should be taking aspirin. I would say it's far too preliminary at this point. Obviously, there could be also some downsides or risks of taking aspirin, such as more increased bleeding. So I think larger studies are needed to kind of weigh the benefits and the risks and to see if it actually does prevent vascular inflammation of the blood vessels. But great question, Vicky. Any other questions about what Marwa presented? Okay, great. If you think of something, feel free to pop it into the chat. Why don't we move to the next section of our talk, which is translational research.
Hi, everybody. I'll be presenting the translational research and the basic science portion, or part of the basic science portion of this talk. So what is translational research? It's essentially taking what you learn in the lab and translating it over to what you learn in the clinic. It sort of takes lessons from both bench research with cells and then actual research with patients and blends them together into sort of a middle ground between the two. Next slide, please. So I have the pleasure of showing you the presentation of our very own Dr. Liao, who is at UCSF, and he did a talk on the advances in single cell omics of psoriatic disease. So essentially, this is a new technique into describing how we can look at psoriatic disease. In the past, you use bulk sequencing of genes or proteins, and so you have like a very blurry view of what psoriatic disease looks like. But now there's a new technique called single cell sequencing, which allows a crisper picture of what's going on in the disease process. So imagine going from a very blurry picture to like a high definition TV. And so with this new technique, you can look at the transcriptome, the proteome, which is the different proteins within the psoriatic disease, the genome, which are the genes in the blood, skin, and joint fluid. So this is a new technique that is really exciting and promises for a lot of new research and new advances in understanding the disease. Next slide. So the psoriatic disease paradigm is enhanced with the new cell omics because we are able to pinpoint specific cell types and more clearly see what is going on with every patient's disease. Essentially, what an interesting finding is that not all cells in, say, a psoriatic arthritis joint are inflamed. It's just specific populations that are especially bad and causing the disease. And so that means that hopefully moving forward, we can try to find treatments that target only the very specific cells that are causing the disease, as opposed to treating the whole disease. So not only is this more targeted and better for the patient, but it also leads to fewer side effects. Next slide, please. And this is just a summary. Our next presentation was with Dr. Sher at NYU on celiac disease and the microbiome. So I'm sure you've heard that we live with a lot of bacteria in us, either in our gut, on our skin, pretty much everywhere. And so how we interact with these bacteria is very interesting, and a whole new avenue of research that's really developed over the past couple of decades. So Dr. Sher was exploring how interactions between the human immune system interacts with the bacteria of the skin and the gut, and how that may cause or trigger autoimmune diseases like psoriatic disease. So what he did was analyze the microbiome of healthy patients versus patients with psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, and try to compare the two, see if the bacteria were different in one group versus the other. He also did this in patients who responded to a specific treatment and for patients who didn't respond to a specific treatment. So you basically just compare the bacterial profiles of group 1 and group 2 and see how they compare. Are they different? Does it make a difference in how their disease progresses? That's what he is trying to find out in these studies. Next slide. And so, as you can imagine, yes, you are actually able to find different types of bacteria in healthy patients compared to psoriatic patients, or in psoriasis patients who respond to disease and don't respond to disease. So what next steps are to look for how we can use this information to move treatment forward. Is the human microbiome, the differences between the bacteria in the gut, the skin, is it different? Is the difference able to be treated? Can we make the gut bacteria more like healthy bacteria so that we can help patients with psoriasis? It's possible. And it's really interesting that you can actually use the treatments or use the bacteria to sort of predict who's going to respond to disease and who's going to progress to worse disease. That's a new path forward as well. So even the smallest bacteria can influence how we treat patients. And we're really looking forward to examining how this can progress in future studies. Next slide. The next talk was the Beverly Foster Lectureship. Next slide. So Dr. Kaplan is the Chief of Systemic Autoimmunity and the Deputy Scientific Director at NIAMS. So she explored this very interesting type of research, which is on a subset of immune cells called neutrophils. Neutrophils are a type of immune cell that sort of attack bacteria. They're sort of the first line defenders in the immune system. But we know that autoimmune diseases involve an overactive immune system. So far, we've looked at different types of cells, but she wanted to really explore neutrophils, which haven't really been targeted in treatments before. So she wanted to explore how these neutrophil extracellular traps, which are sort of like a big net, as you can see, nets that neutrophils produce, can possibly trigger disease, either by too many things coming up, too many nets being produced, or not enough nets being cleared away. So how she did this was studying the net formation in healthy and patients with autoimmune diseases like lupus or psoriasis. And she found that these nets can cause the immune system to think that there's bacteria in the blood or some sort of infection, even if there's not, which then might trigger autoimmune diseases like lupus or psoriatic arthritis. And so these nets can possibly cause inflammation that sort of brings about the changes that you see in psoriasis patients. And there's a specific type of neutrophil called low-density granulocytes that are especially active in forming nets. So this is a new path forward to sort of see if we can target like these new low-density granulocytes and have treatment towards them and these nets. Next slide. Next, I'm going to go to basic science. So this is bench research. You work with cells and mice and really basic science. So this is a talk from Dr. Penninger. It was not necessarily related to psoriasis. It was a guest lecture for on developments in COVID therapy, because as I'm sure we're all aware, there is a big interest in this in the current moment. So what he was looking into is something called ACE2. So in the past, Dr. Penninger was looking into SARS, which is a different type of respiratory virus that is somewhat related to COVID. And he found that this ACE2 receptor, which is in all sorts of places in your body, especially in your lungs and in your kidneys, if that was very important in the SARS-2 infection. So we wanted to see, these two viruses are related. So are they related in this ACE2 relationship? And he wanted to see if this receptor could possibly help prevent COVID infections. So what he did is took the COVID virus and tried to infect mice with it, and either infected mice that had the blockade of the ACE2 receptor or the mice that did not have the blockade of the ACE2 receptor. Next slide. So amazingly, he did find this. So if you are familiar with the COVID vaccine, that the different types of the Pfizer and the Moderna, they are trying to target the spike protein that you can see here on the slide for the actual virus. But Dr. Penninger has found that if you block the ACE2 receptor, which is the receptor that sort of senses whether the virus is in the system and the virus sort of targets this receptor, if you block it in mice, you can actually prevent mice from getting an infection, even when they're exposed directly through the nasal cavity. So this is really exciting research, and it's sort of a different approach to how we're treating COVID now. And we are hoping that, as we move from mice to humans, this relationship continues to happen. Manufactured ACE2 inhibitors preventing the virus from finding the ACE2 receptor can potentially prevent COVID transmissions in a different way than what's currently out there. Next slide. Next, we have a wonderful talk from Dr. Donlin, who is at the Hospital Special Surgery Research Institute at Weill Cornell in New York City. And so she wanted to take a look into immune checkpoint inhibitor-induced arthritis and compare it to more common types of arthritis called psoriatic arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. So what is immune checkpoint inhibitor? So it is a very exciting, very new type of cancer treatment. What happens is that you sort of rev up the immune system to fight the cancer itself. So you are trying to take the immune system and and increase its activity so that it can attack the tumor cells. And this is actually showing really great results in many, many different patients. But as you can imagine, with increasing the immune system, autoimmune diseases, which are caused by an overactive immune system, could potentially result from this new cancer therapy. And you'd be right. So there's a type of arthritis called immune checkpoint inhibitor-induced arthritis that you see in patients who are taking this new type of cancer treatment. So ICI arthritis is very recently studied, and so Dr. Donlin wanted to really explore how ICI arthritis is different from psoriatic arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. And so she measured the joint fluid of these three diseases. Next slide. So in summary, what she found was there's an increased number of these specific type of immune cells called CD838 high in ICI arthritis, which you don't see in psoriatic arthritis and rheumatoid arthritis. And the reason why you want to study these diseases is because we know why ICI arthritis occurs. It's because of this cancer therapy, but we don't really have a good grasp on how and why psoriatic arthritis develops in patients or rheumatoid arthritis develops in patients. People are predisposed to the disease, but we don't really know what triggers it. So by studying ICI arthritis, we hope to sort of figure out more information about all three diseases all at once. And one of the takeaway points was that T cells, which are another type of immune cell, initiate the inflammatory pathway in joints to sort of cause this arthritis in ICI arthritis and potentially other arthritises that we are looking into. Next slide. Next, we have a really interesting presentation from Dr. Nicole Ward at University Hospitals and Cleveland Medical Center. So she's really interested in taking the models, taking all of the diseases that you see in animals and trying to see if they match up to what we see in humans. So she's trying to see why some patients get psoriatic arthritis and why some patients with psoriasis do not get psoriatic arthritis. And so she has 3 mouse models, one of which has psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, and then 2 mouse models who only develop psoriasis. No matter how much happens to the mice, they don't get psoriatic arthritis. And she's trying to compare the 3 and see what the differences are. Next slide. And what's really interesting is that these mouse models do have a difference that you can see. You can see changes in the genome, changes in the proteins, changes in all different areas of the mice. And once you sort of translate, there's a little conversion from mice to humans. Once you translate the genes, she did notice there's a possibility of the genes that we find in the mice being similar to the genes that you find in humans. And that's really exciting because instead of using these big clinical trials that Dr. Hakimi talked about, where you have to enroll a bunch of patients, we can sort of trial it first in mice and then have more targeted trials and more targeted therapy in humans. So we can predict how humans may respond with the mice and have a better time and better therapies for patients moving forward. Another interesting point in her research was an entire new type of cell that is never been found in psoriasis patients before that could be implicated in disease. So B cells, which is another type of immune cell, are a specific type of cell that no one has really looked into. Most of the treatments now are sort of looking into T cell activation. So Dr. Ward says that B cells, an entire other cell that hasn't really been explored before, could lead to more treatments. So we are expanding our knowledge and becoming more specific at the same time. So I'd like to pause here for any comments, questions, or thoughts.
Thank you, Mimi, for that wonderful overview. Really distilling some really complex scientific concepts into easy to understand language. So thank you for that. Any questions or comments from the attendees?
Yeah, I think my question I put it in chat, but I think it kind of got a little lost there. But is there any way to know like what stages these clinical trials are in for the healthy bacteria pills? How far out that is that we'll possibly know about?
Yeah, Vicky, thanks for that excellent question. If I recall correctly, the company that's running that clinical trial for the healthy bacteria pills, I believe is in stage 2. So as you know, there's stage 1, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. So I think they're in the middle stage, stage 2. So they're still a little while off from getting anything approved, but it's very promising, Vicky. And I could also afterwards, if people are interested in that particular trial, I don't know which cities are doing trials in, but I could send that as a follow-up information to the NPF. Great. Any other questions, guys? There's a lot in the chat regarding how people can get involved in clinical research. So a couple of great tips of going to the NPF website, the clinicaltrials.gov website, and also just Googling clinical trials near me. Seems to be pretty effective as well. So then why don't we move to the final part of our talk, which will be focusing on the rest of the basic science as well as the selected abstract. So as part of the Research Symposium, all scientists are invited to submit their current research, and the most promising abstracts that were submitted are selected for an oral presentation. So Erin, please take it away.
Mm-hmm. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much again for having us today. It's truly an honor to be able to present here. So I'll be presenting, like Dr. Liao said, on the advances in psoriasis. So I'll continue some of the basic sciences that Mimi started, and then also talk about the selected abstracts. Next slide, please. Okay, so for our first presenter, it was truly truly wonderful to hear him speak. He talked about historical perspectives and future directions. And Dr. Christopher Richland is the professor of medicine. He's the chief of allergy, immunology, and rheumatology, at the rheumatology division of the Center for MSK Research at the University of Rochester in New York. And this was especially exciting to hear him speak because he was awarded the NPF Lifetime Achievement Award at the most recent NPF conference this year. Next slide, please. Okay, so his talk was a sort of an overview of to me, it seems sort of like his life's work. So he talked about the past psoriasis research, currently what's going on, and some future considerations for how we can figure out what is actually causing psoriatic arthritis. So his methods were to analyze joint fluid in patients with psoriatic arthritis. And in addition, like we had heard from Mimi, there's now a lot of emphasis being put on the bacteria in our gut and the possible link to psoriatic arthritis. So he also did some analysis of that as well. So in summary, out of his entire talk, he had 4 suggestions for researchers and physicians and scientists moving forward. So to improve, or to hopefully to find the real cause or a solution to improve psoriatic arthritis outcomes, is sort of what Dr. Liao is doing, uncover a new pathway or cell subset. In addition, Marwa or Dr. Hakimi talked about lifestyle modification. And he also recommended an earlier intervention sort of course for a preclinical disease, meaning that let's not wait until patients present with really horrible joint pain and psoriatic arthritis, and maybe there's some things we can do proactively to prevent that from occurring. So maybe some research should be done on that. In addition, he encouraged that some patients may require 2 or more biologics to improve both their skin and their joint symptoms. So currently, a lot of physicians will use 1 biologic. However, he said he was able to control some of his patients' psoriatic arthritis and improve their skin condition with the use of 2 or more biologics. Next slide, please. And now I'll be presenting sort of a synopsis of the oral presentations that were submitted to the NPF conference this year. Okay, so our first presenter is Sarah Whitley. She's an MD PhD at the University of Pittsburgh, and her research was about the cytokine called IL-23 from CD301b positive dermal dendritic cells, and that it's required to maintain memory THC cells in the skin. So we'll break all this down. Next slide, please. Okay. So IL-23, we've talked about cytokines a little bit so far, but just like Dr. Hakimi said, it's an immune system protein that induces inflammation. And what she found is that IL-23 also supports Th17's skin cells, and this is involved in the pathogenesis of developing psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis. So what she did is she used mice models, and she caused a skin infection in 2 groups of mice to generate Th17 cells that last a long time in skin. So even after the fungal infection had healed, she found that the cytokine IL-23 continued to support Th17 cells in mice. So that was an interesting finding that she had. And in summary, she concluded that we should focus on local immune pathways that support this IL-23 cytokine production, and this may reduce psoriasis relapse and flares, and potentially could lead to a cure for psoriasis in the future. And specifically, IL-23 that was anti-IL-23 that was injected into the psoriasis plaques on the mice on their skin This may have a similar use to a systemic biologic medication with fewer side effects and at a reduced cost. So like I said, this is done on mice models, but hopefully in the future, hoping to potentially apply this to humans. Next slide, please. Okay, so Emma Haley is a medical student, and she did her research at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. She had a very impressive research project called MHC haplotype controls, controls the development of IL-23, mini circle induced murine spondyloarthritis. So in this picture, we can talk about it a little bit. So what she did is, as we talked about in the previous presentation, she injected IL-23 as cytokine into a mouse. And then she saw that as a result of this, the mouse could develop a multitude of things, some of them being psoriasis, also cardiovascular inflammation, aortic root inflammation, and also spondyloarthritis, which is different than psoriatic arthritis. Next slide, please. Okay. So what she really wanted to figure out was what is the role of genetics in mice who develop spinal arthritis after being injected with IL-23? And can we pinpoint any sort of gene that would help us figure this out? So like the previous presenter, IL-23 was injected into 2 different groups of mice. Interestingly, some mice got arthritis and some mice did not. So the question is, why are some mice developing arthritis and why are others not, even though they're both being injected with IL-23? So she tried to identify the genetic differences in these 2 different sets of mice. And what she found was that the development of arthritis was genetically determined after the injection with IL-23. And not only that, is she identified the chromosome of the mouse or of the mice. So chromosome 17 on mice is where the gene was found. And that's the human equivalent of chromosome 6. And so for her future research, what she wants to do is to continue to study this and understand the relationship between this specific gene location and sort of target therapies based on a genetic predisposition. Next slide, please. Okay. So Dr. Payne's PhD from University of Rochester in New York, and he also had a very interesting study that is called Metabolic Changes During the Transition from Psoriasis to Psoriatic Arthritis. And what he did was a longitudinal analysis, meaning sort of a long-term study. So what he did, if we look at this top diagram, is that he began with patients with psoriasis. And what he wanted to see is he wanted to follow these patients over time to see who developed arthritis and who developed psoriatic arthritis and who did not, and what are the differences between these. And just below that, there's another schematic of that as well. So we have a healthy control. We have patients with psoriasis alone that do not develop arthritis. And then we have psoriasis progressors. So patients with psoriasis that end up developing psoriatic arthritis. And what are the metabolic differences? This is his goal to find out. Next slide, please. Okay. So like I said before in the previous slide, he wanted to evaluate the molecular differences specifically relating to metabolism in psoriasis patients who did and did not progress to psoriatic arthritis. Patients were monitored over a long period of time, and serum and blood samples were taken and analyzed for their genetic content. So what he found was very interesting. It's definitely something I had never heard of and was greatly interesting. So he found that there's decreased bile acids in psoriasis patients who progress to psoriatic arthritis. And again, this sort of is starting to lead us back to the gut microbiome and that sort of theme of research. So multiple researchers sort of are starting to elucidate the role of this. He also found an increased level of guanine, which is a It's an amino acid binding protein in psoriasis patients who progressed to psoriatic arthritis versus those who did not progress. So there are higher levels of certain metabolic chemicals and enzymes and proteins for those that did progress to psoriatic arthritis. And there's also some other metabolic differences as well. So those were the conclusion of his study. And he has, an entire slide on all these different molecules that were different between those that progressed and those that did not progress to psoriatic arthritis. So I found that it was very promising research and very interesting. And next slide, please. Okay, and for the final talk, which I think was a wonderful, I think it was a great note to end on because it really tied everything in with, we have, the clinical trials, translational research, basic science, and then how is this from a patient perspective? So I think that this was a good note to end on, just to sort of think about the big picture of everything. This was presented by George Gondo, who's part of NPF, and we also had a guest speaker, Alisha Patrick, who shared her personal journey with psoriasis. Next slide, please. Okay, so they discussed the mental health disease burden of psoriatic disease, including psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. So specifically, they looked at depression and suicidal thoughts in patients with psoriatic disease versus the US population in general. Their methods, they gave a depression questionnaire called the PHQ-9. It's an online questionnaire for patients to fill out with psoriasis, or patients with psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis to fill out. And what they found was pretty astonishing. So you can see in this results table that as compared to the US population, patients with psoriatic disease had over double percentage-wise as far as diagnoses of major depression. And this was just based on the surveys that were filled out. In addition, there's 25% of patients with, so 1 in 4 patients with psoriatic disease have depressive symptoms. They may not meet the criteria for major depression. However, that's still a very significant number compared to 18.5% of the US population. And lastly, psoriatic patients had a almost a 10% of them answered that they had had suicidal thoughts in the past or currently. And that's really significant as compared to 4% for the US population. So what I took away from this is that I think it's so important to study the underlying mechanisms of the disease and all of these things together. And I think this just has very real clinical implications for patients that are suffering from this disease. And it's just a really good study for patients and providers just to tie everything all in together and to make note of this in treatment plans and moving forward and making sure patients are treated appropriately and screened properly in the future. And next slide, please. And thank you guys so much for your time. If there are any questions or comments, would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you to Erin, Mimi, and Marwa for outstanding presentations. I think you really got a flavor from individual cells and proteins all the way to what it means in the big picture for mental health and well-being of our community. So any questions about anything presented today? As Erin mentioned, it was really powerful at the NPF conference to really just to have that talk by Alisha. Really brought things home for all of us. We spent hours in the laboratory, working on the research, but it's always good to be reminded, the bigger picture of why we're doing all of our work. So with that then, I will turn it back over to our MC.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Liao. And thank you to your amazing team of presenters. That was really well done. And I got to say, you know, as someone that's dealing with psoriasis, that seeing this research being presented, it just brings so hope. And I know I share that, I speak for many when I say that. And I'd be lax if not to say, as a member of the board and witnessing the budgets get passed, it's also reassuring to know that in good times and in bad, the NPF always prioritizes research. At least 30% of the budget goes to research and funding some of what was presented and others. So thank you. We also have Randy Beranek has joined us, and he is going to give us a presentation. So welcome, Randy.
Well, thanks, Mark, and welcome everybody. Thank you for taking time out of your Saturday to join us. And I've just got a couple of comments. It'll be less presentation and more anecdotes about the NPF and our research initiative. And really enjoyed Wilson's team. You know, the NPF has been supportive of UCSF research for literally decades, and invested an incredible amount of money into their research teams. And I think after watching this presentation, you can see why, that they're world-class folks. And it really goes back to the beginning with John Koo, who really built that Department of Dermatology and the research initiatives there, and continues now through Tina Butani. And as we see, Wilson and his team are really, you know, incredibly talented folks with innovative ideas. And I think that gives all of us a lot of optimism about what's possible in the future. And, you know, I wanted to say to everyone here, one of the things I think that sets the NPF apart from other voluntary health agencies is that if you're living with a chronic disease and are concerned about your health outcomes and future treatments and one day a cure, NPF is unique in that those of you who live with psoriatic disease have regular opportunities to interact with people that are not only just working on treatments but basic science and translational science to one day lead to a cure. And that can't be said for every disease state, where you really have access to the most brilliant minds and can ask them questions and be engaged with them on a very regular basis. And I think that speaks to the fact that the NPF, it goes back to what Mark said about the commitment that the NPF has to its research initiative, but more importantly, the relationship that we have with our science community, our bench science community. You know, it's incredible how generous they are with their time, and to share the ideas that they're working on with the patient community. I know it's energizing for them, and certainly for all of you, I'm sure it's very energizing as well. So I wanted to point out those things. Sometimes we may take it for granted that this is kind of how it works in the voluntary health agency space, and it really doesn't. It's just that special relationship that the NPF has with their science community, and they, with their you know, benevolence to share this information with patients, the people that are going to be the end users of their work. So and as Mark pointed out, yeah, we have a standard at the NPF that we'll invest at least 30% of our expenses will go into research. Actually, this current fiscal year, that number is going to be 36%, and that also sets us apart from virtually every other voluntary health agency. So when you support the NPF and you're interested in finding a cure and accelerating scientific discovery, you know you're putting your money in the right place, because we're going to we're going to invest in it at a level that very few, if any, other voluntary health agencies do. So I think that's something that we can all be proud of. Again, I know you've got I think you're going to take a quick break, and I'm the only thing standing between you and a good time. So I'll stop here. But thank all of you for taking time out of your Saturday. It looks like you got a great agenda ahead. And I want to also especially thank Mark for hosting this. He's a great host, as you can see, keeps the program moving along, and that's why I guess we're a little bit ahead of time. So thank you for that, Mark. And so again, thank you, and back over to you, Mark.
Thanks, Randy. Those are very kind words. We're going to move along and take a break. Word has it we're running ahead of schedule, and we're going to reconvene around 10:44. If I've got that wrong, please correct me, but I believe that is the plan. During this break, Shayna and Audrey are going to be available if you have any questions over the chat. Feel free to chat with each other. Similarly, or in addition, there'll be some scrolling information about the NPF that'll be shared on this Zoom link. But thank you to all the presenters that are presented so far, and several more to come. So thank you guys. Enjoy the break.
Thank you, Mark. think
Hello.
there's a few of us here. Yes. Hi, Dr. Furst. This
Hi
is
there.
Jane Sladen. We'll be starting up. We just came back from a break and we've got one session coming up and then you'll be up next. We appreciate you being here.
Good. So how much time will that session take? I just want to be clear so I can do other things.
Perfectly understandable. It looks like that other session will be finished around 11:20.
Great. I
Great.
love it. While I've got you here, will you be running the slides or will I be using it from my desktop?
If you could be running them, that would be great because you've got the final deck. So that would be fantastic. Just share your screen when that time comes up.
All right.
So I'll play the video from Dr. Meese first, and then you can share your slides after that.
Okay. I want to make sure. Okay. One of the issues is, of course, I always can't find where it is on my shared screen. So we'll have to look.
I understand that. Thank you.
All right. Take care. I'll come back later.
Thank you, Dr. Furst.
Bye-bye.
All right, Mark, we're ready to hit it off for the next sessions.
Yeah, thanks, Jane. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a chance to stretch your legs or go for a bike ride with Team NPF. All right, getting on to the next presenters. One of the most popular presentations at any NPF conference is the patient perspective on living with psoriatic disease. And today we have a real treat. Friends and NPF volunteers, Alisha Briggs and Sabrina Skiles, are going to share their tips for being your best in fashion with psoriasis. First, let me introduce them. Sabrina of Broomfield, Colorado is an active blogger, patient advocate, author, influencer, and educator for those living with chronic disease. She has been an active NPF volunteer since 2014. Alisha Bridges of Riverdale, Georgia, has been involved with the foundation since 2010. She has been an active advocate, attending multiple Capitol Hill days over the years. She was an original one-to-one mentor, active research volunteer, and featured speaker on a 2017 Soundbites episode. In 2015, Alisha was selected as the Outstanding Volunteer Leader of the Year, a prestigious award which will be given out later during this conference. Please welcome Alisha and Sabrina. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for that introduction, Mark. If I sound a little funny, I just got retainers, so I'm trying to get used to talking with them. So thank you so much. As Mark said, I am Alisha Bridges, and I have lived with severe plaque psoriasis for almost 3 decades. And today I will be chatting with my amazing friend, Sabrina, about fashion and psoriasis. Sabrina, tell the people a little bit about yourself. How long have you been dealing with psoriasis?
Hi, everybody. So I can everybody see me? Okay, good. So I have been living with psoriasis for 20 years now, and it's so crazy to say that. I'm 37, and I started working with the National Psoriasis Foundation because I didn't really know a lot about the disease myself. So I wanted to learn more about the disease myself so then I could feel confident talking about the disease and get to the place where I was able to help others. And just know that even though I know psoriasis and fashion don't really go in like the same category, but I want to change that. And that's why we're here.
Well, awesome. I'm really excited about this conversation, and thank you to the National Psoriasis Foundation for having us. I too have volunteered with the foundation, I think since 2011. I think that was my first conference. And at that time I was extremely insecure about living with my disease and really did not talk to people about it, but definitely going to that conference for the first time in my early 20s literally has changed my life. So I'm so happy to be here today to be able to give back. So let's jump right into it and talk about how living with psoriasis has made fashion a challenge for us in some instances. Now, we know some people feel like they need to hide their psoriasis when thinking about what to wear. Sabrina, why do you think that is? And what are some ways to overcome that?
You know, I think that people feel like they have to hide their psoriasis because there's just the stigma around living with psoriasis, and people think that it's contagious, and they will get just mean comments and rude comments about, well, why are you here? You know, if it's contagious, you know, I've heard comments about people, you know, at the beach and the pool and stuff. So I think that we've been just bombarded with all these messages from people around us saying that it's not okay to show our skin. And for me, that was one of the biggest reasons why I started speaking out about it, because there's just so much misinformation about it. So if we start talking about what psoriasis really is and how it affects each person differently, then hopefully that will equip us with the confidence that we have to dress the way we want to dress, no matter if we're having a flare up or not.
Yes, I totally agree with you. I know for me, growing up with psoriasis, the reason why I chose to cover up, because one, I didn't feel like explaining it to people, especially being an adolescence with it, because I've had it since I was 7. So that was really challenging, just having a disease where you're covered 90%, and then you have this responsibility to tell your peers around you. And so that kind of just manifested into adulthood, where I kind of held on to that same shame and fears of not only having to explain it, but people assuming that it was contagious. And then, of course, we live in a society where beauty is put on the top of the list. And one of those things is having perfect, flawless skin. So in some instances, you even feel like not adequate or not good enough because there's something going on with your skin that's very visible to other people. So I feel as though those are also reasons why some people choose to cover up.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And just the fact that I think more and more media outlets and magazines are starting to cover more stories of people like us and advocates like us living with the disease that's visible. And I think that us as advocates, and I know people sometimes feel intimidated by the word advocate, but if you are somebody living with psoriasis or chronic disease, you know, I think it's just a more elevated way of saying you're a patient and you talk about your disease. So I think the more that we talk about it and we help spread, you know, our journey about it with these other media outlets talking at things like this, then I think that we will be able to help people feel confident enough to talk about it and show that not everybody really does have flawless skin. You know, just like in the picture that you see here, you know, taking these photos for my social media and my blog, I have to, you know, show pictures like this, and I have very moderate psoriasis on my elbows and my knees. And sometimes that's very visible in photos. And they're like, well, do you want to cover that up? I'm like, no, that's just who I am. And if people, now I'm at the point where I want people to ask me about it because I want to talk more about it.
So there's something in our community that is very well known that a lot of us avoid wearing black or other dark colors because of the flakes that can come from scalp psoriasis, and it lands on our shirt and it's very noticeable. And a lot of people use the word, it looks like snowflakes, like you've been in snow. And so it can be very embarrassing and uncomfortable. Sabrina, how do you feel about that? Do you feel like it's necessary to avoid black, or what are some alternatives to that?
Yeah, I'd be really interested to hear in the comments if people have felt like that. Have you stayed away from black because of that reason? I did that a lot in the very beginning of my diagnosis. I didn't wear black because of that reason. I didn't want to have to be going like this all the time and like people thinking I was like, you know, disgusted or I didn't wash my hair or something like that, because it just made you feel ashamed. But I think once you get past what is actually happening to you, then you can wear black with confidence now, and just being aware of how it will affect you, and knowing, just talking about it. And if it comes to an event where you don't want to wear black, or you are wearing black, and just saying, hey, you know what, I'm just having a really bad flare up right now, and that's all it is. So I think for me, if I'm feeling confident enough, I'll wear black, and I'll be okay knowing that this is what's going to happen. But every now and then, I think and there's something about black that just makes you feel, confident and elegant wearing it. And there's just so many different shades of black and grays and stuff. So I think it's just important to play around with it and, see what fits you best.
Those are great tips. Also, if you do decide to wear black, I would suggest taking a lint roller with you. So it picks those flakes right up. I always like to say we're all in different parts of our journey, right? So we have some people that can wear their arms out comfortably and not be fazed by people comments, but then we have other people like I used to be, and I'm sure you were like this too, Sabrina, where you just haven't got to that point yet. So you want to avoid confrontation with your disease at all costs. So if you're not comfortable enough to wear the black, for me, what I would do is I would wear prints. So when the flakes would fall, they would blend in because the shirt was so busy that you couldn't see the flakes.
I like that. I have a lot of patterns for that reason. And I think it's great to just embrace it. And, leopard can be your friend, and plaid. So yeah, I think just, just telling yourself that you have to stay away from a specific color will just get your mind going. Exactly. And I think you should just stick with what feels right for you.
Exactly. Well, since we're talking about colors, now let's talk about fabric textures. Are there any, and you are the queen at this, honey. Are there any particular fabrics that are better or you feel should be avoided when your psoriasis is flaring? Is it tight fitting clothes, I cannot talk, tight fitting clothes or loose clothes, wool, cotton? What are your thoughts on that?
Yes, so everything. So there's a couple of fabrics that I really like to stick to, and some of those are viscose, rayon, and cotton. These fabrics are very lightweight. They're made with, when they're stitching the fabrics together, instead of stitching them close together, they're stitched farther apart. So that way it makes the fabric lightweight and it allows your skin to breathe when you're wearing the fabric. So this gives you a lot of different options when it comes to long sleeves and jackets and stuff. So especially if you're looking for any kind of longer sleeves, make sure to stick to those fabrics because it allows your skin to breathe. And yes, it might take a little bit more time when you're out shopping, but I think it's really important to just look at the tag inside of the clothes that you're looking at and see what it's made with, because a lot of it will say 90% cotton, 90% spandex or polyester, which are two that I try to stay away from. So when you're thinking about what fabrics to stay away from, think about spandex and polyester, because like I was saying, when those are made, the fabrics are stitched closer and closer together. So it can be irritating for some people with psoriasis, and it's not very lightweight. So just, if you're going out shopping, put in a couple extra minutes to look at the tags of what you're buying and look for what it's made with, and it'll tell you. So if it says rayon, cotton, viscose, those are great fabrics to kind of lean towards.
That's awesome advice. I would also like to say, like in the summertime, what I would used to do, I would still want to cover up, but I still would also want to look summery and also cool. So I would find a lot of tops that had lace or that was like very thin that I could like pair with a tank top. Or this tip could go for the guys or girls. Like when I wear a pair of shorts, I would wear a long pair of socks if I wasn't necessarily comfortable enough to go out, or even wearing like flesh tone stockings sometime. And so in some instances, you do have to be careful with how tight your clothes are. Cause I know for me personally, and we're all different, but if I wear socks that are too tight and I'm sweating, it makes my skin really itchy. So then it goes from a matter of trying to cover up to now I have flared my disease by making my legs itch and scratch. So it's a lot of trial and error and trying to figure out what works for you. I've seen someone put in the comments that polyester burns their skin. So that might be something uncomfortable for them. So those other things that you mentioned can definitely be great options as well.
Yeah, and you mentioned something for the summertime, which I think is great. Even kimonos, which are similar to beach cover-ups, are a really great option. Is even going into the winter. And you know, this is really important for guys. If you are looking more along the lines of longer sleeves, a lot of the workout tops are cotton and rayon, but a lot of them are also spandex. So make sure to just kind of keep an eye out for that when you are kind of looking in those areas. But if you are looking for layers, the workout area is a great way to layer up too.
That leads us into a really good next question. Now, it's obvious that clothing choices represent an outward expression of how we see ourselves and how we want to be perceived by others, but does having a visible disease like psoriasis impact those choices along with confidence and self-esteem? And really, how did you identify your sense of style when living with a chronic disease like psoriasis? So Sabrina, as you mentioned, these pictures that you see here on the screen, one, I got that top from Goodwill for like $2 and it came with a matching pair of shorts, but I like tied it up and took it off my shoulders. And the reason why I picked this picture because one, I felt really beautiful. Two, I love the fact that my spots are showing. And I remember that night I went out to a club in that top. It was like a 90s night. It was a basement party. So it was a bunch of hipsters and I was extremely nervous about going out and having my psoriasis and that type of atmosphere. But I remember really having the time of my life. And I lived so long hiding myself and really limiting my expression of fashion because I was so limited to what I chose to wear. And so I do want to tell people on this call, no matter where you are in your journey, I've been doing psoriasis advocacy for 10 years and I still get anxiety sometimes when I go out and I wear shorts or short sleeves, but it's way better than it was 10 years ago. So it's still a progress and some days are better than others. So just because you see us here and we're advocates and talking about psoriasis, we still struggle with those emotional sides. So Sabrina, what about you? How has psoriasis affected your fashion and what's the difference between being first diagnosed with it versus now?
Yeah, I think you brought up some really great points because no matter where we are, I was very, very down on myself when I was first diagnosed and I didn't want to I covered up everything. I was living in Texas, like going through a Texas summer with long sleeves and was not very helpful for my self-esteem. And girls can be really mean in high school and it was really rough. But then I got to a point where, like you said, I didn't want to hide anymore. And I just took it on myself to, have those open conversations. And then I did start wearing stuff that did show my spots. And I think a big tip that I can say here that really helped emotionally is to have some kind of lotion or hydrating lotion with you so that the more flakes that you have was at least this was like it for me, the more I was worried about it flaking. But when you moisturize and keep them hydrated, then you're not worried about it brushing up against the table or in a conference or at your son's ball game or whatever it is in that environment. So I think that is what really helped me, knowing how to keep my body hydrated. And when I wanted to wear short sleeves or shorts, then I was able to just worry about, not so much worry about, but knowing that I was taking care of myself. I was doing everything I could for my psoriasis, but then you know what? I was having a flare up and it didn't matter because I knew that I was taking care of myself. So, and just know that the emotional impacts are going to be different every single day. So you might be comfortable one day and you might not feel comfortable the next, which is okay. I think it's really important to understand and just feel like, make sure you feel all the feels, because if you don't, then you're going to be kind of confused. So just making sure that, and if you are having a bad day, make sure to tell your friends or tell your loved ones, it's not a good day for me right now, so maybe we can reschedule. It's okay to say no.
Sabrina, that is really great advice. I remember this one time, I was like, you know what? I'm going to go out in a dress with my legs out, and my legs were flared. And I was on the way to see one of my friends, and they had asked me to stop at the store and get something. And I realized that when I get anxiety, I get irritable. And so when I went to the gas station, I was so irritable. And this happened last summer, y'all. And I'm prancing back and forth, and I'm scared people are going to look at my legs. And my friend wanted me to get whatever from the store, and I went off on them. But they didn't realize that I was having a mental breakdown at that moment. So after I calmed down, I called them back and I'm like, I'm really sorry for going off on you. I'm just having a lot of anxiety right now because I'm showing my legs and I'm afraid people are going to look at me. And they were very understanding of that. But that just is an example of a moment where sometimes wearing your skin out can get very overwhelming. And so that layering will be very helpful. So let's say you might feel great out in a tank top when you first go out, but then something can trigger you to want to kind of cover up, and you're entitled to that. So be sure to keep that jacket or that sweater or whatever handy, just in case those emotions change. And we have a lot of great comments in the chat about a crochet beach cover up. That's a really great idea. Some people are sharing what materials work for them. And Cassie King has a great point. Being comfortable in our own skin is the hardest battle. And that is the truth. And I have also realized going from 90% covered to being virtually 100% clear, depending on the treatment, I still had battles and issues with self-love. So that taught me that it had nothing to do with the psoriasis. It was something internal that I had to work on for myself. So that's
so true. You just gave me goosebumps when you said that, because it is just so true. And I think, they earlier in the conference, they talked about mental health and psoriasis, and it really does have a connection, because I'm clear. I'm not 100% clear, but I still have anxiety, and I'm taking medication for anxiety, but I still notice myself when my kids point out my flares, Mommy, your psoriasis is showing again. It is, but my anxiety isn't as high anymore, because you mentioned it. Irritability is one of the number one things of anxiety, but knowing that they can impact everything is really important to take notice of. When you have a heightened anxiety, or when you are feeling like your flare-ups are the worst, take yourself out of that and just make note of it. And maybe it will help emotionally when you're trying to decide how to move forward.
Exactly. That's great advice. So Sabrina, we've covered our fashion challenges and self-esteem and sense of style. Let's chat about how we can explain psoriasis to friends or maybe someone you're dating.
Yeah, this is always super interesting because everybody has a different way of how it affects them. But for me, I've noticed that if you explain what exactly is psoriasis in a very easy, relatable way, I always start by saying, and this is the exact wording I used with my husband, my then boyfriend. I said, listen, he noticed it or actually, no, I was super anxious the whole time. And I was like, look, do you know anything about psoriasis? And that's how I started the conversation. And then when he said, no, what is that? And I started off by showing him, well, I have it on my elbows and I have it here and on my knee. And then I said, psoriasis is an autoimmune disease and it affects the immune system, but shows up as flaky red patches on somebody's skin, but it can look different on everybody. And he was like, oh, okay, that's really interesting. So I think it's important to maybe first ask, do you know anything about psoriasis? And then of course they will probably say, oh, that's like eczema, right? Or that's just dry skin. Well, no, it's not. It is an autoimmune disease and it affects everybody differently, but I have it. And, you know, if you feel comfortable enough, then maybe show them a flare that you have, or maybe tell them, you know, what triggers it is stress or a new environment, or, you know, when I go get my injection, then, you know, I feel better about it. So I think that it's important to just kind of explain what the disease is, ask if they know anything about it, and then go from there.
When I first met my now ex-husband, I was 19 and I was terrified of telling him about my psoriasis. And so what I did was I played a question game. And so one of the questions was like, if you could change anything about yourself. And that is the moment I took to say psoriasis. And then,
I like that.
And so I was kind of trying to test his temperature to see how he would respond to that. Because to be honest, he's seen it way before I'd ever expressed it, because it was just that severe. But he was very kind and loving and accepting of that. And even to this day, we're really great friends. And I always appreciate how kind and loving he was despite the psoriasis, because we hear horror stories of people dating and sharing that. But, you know, if you are sharing with a friend or a potential spouse about your psoriasis and they have a negative reaction, that says more about them than you. And that is a character issue with them. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You have nothing to feel bad about. If anything, their negative reaction should almost be looked at as a blessing to know that that's not a person you want to have in your life for long term. So I think depending on where you are and how comfortable you are, you can be very direct with it, or you can kind of sneak it in there to test their temperature. So we want to close out with some tips. We have just a few more subjects to discuss. Let's close out with some of our best tips, tricks, and takeaways, which we've kind of talked about throughout this. Now that some parts of the country are moving into cooler weather, with some areas even having snow. Sabrina, have y'all had snow yet?
Not yet, but it's supposed to snow next week.
Oh, wow. Okay. Which I would never move back to a place with cold weather, because it does so awful on my psoriasis and my joints. So I feel for you.
Yeah.
I feel for you. What's one fabric we should avoid and one fabric we should lean towards? Now, you kind of spoke of that briefly, but just for the sake of that, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of comments too about wool. Of course, let's try and stay away from that because it can irritate your skin, and it's not a very breathable fabrics. But I think for me, what I try to do here in the winter is just layer. Layering is really, really helpful. Like I mentioned, there's some workout long sleeves that I really, really like. And Target is a really, really great place because they have this new line that's really good for sensitive skin. And especially there was a mention about some underwear and how it's very irritating. So I think make sure to just go to Target or look and just stay with like these fabrics that we mentioned. And layering is always your best friend, because you can take off layers, but make sure that it's those lightweight fabrics that we talked about, and because then your skin will be able to breathe. So just making sure that we're taking note of the fabrics. They're just super, super important. And just layering, those are always so helpful for me.
In regards to fabrics, I know sometimes when I moisturize and grease, sometimes I get grease spots on my shirts and on my pants. So now what I do is I grease way ahead of time before getting dressed. kind of let it soak in, and then even wipe off some of the excess with the towel, and then making sure that I buy fabrics that are easy to clean, because I have ruined so many shirts where they get a grease spot and that grease spot never leaves, and it becomes a badge of honor of what I have to go through every day with psoriasis.
That's something else too, is just making sure you can clean it, because the you know, the other fabrics that you can't clean, like what's the point, you know? And it's just like a badge of honor, like you said. So
yeah, so that's great. For those still living in hot weather, I guess that's for me.
That's you.
I'm in Atlanta. When we know the warmer weather can aggravate psoriasis plaques, what are your go-to recommendations that are comfortable and stylish? Well, as I mentioned earlier, I love to wear lace because it's busy, and even if you have a flare all over your top body, typically with the lace, it's so busy that it will camouflage it. I like,
and you know what, that's a good point too for men, is wearing camo. I think it makes you really just kind of feel stronger about it. And there's, you don't, you know, sometimes when you think about camo, it's very heavy, but there's a lot of lighter weight camo fabrics and designs that are really, really good for that. So I think that's a really great tip too.
Yes. Super long maxi dresses for me personally, because it will cover up the legs if I'm not necessarily comfortable with that. Again, the layering, even for the guys, you put on a cool t-shirt and then you can put on either a button down or a blue jean jacket.
I love that
you can remove if you need to.
And you know what, for guys, they can get away with wearing joggers like so much more than we ladies can, because my husband wears joggers all the time, but you can like dress it up as guys. And I know you can for girls, but you know, joggers are another great option for guys too, because there's just so many different options, and joggers are great for girls too. So keep that in mind.
Exactly. All right, last question, and then I think we have some time to answer questions in the chat. So if you have any questions for either myself or Sabrina, please put them in the chat and we will answer them. Last question, what is the best advice you can pass along about having psoriasis and how you look and feel?
I think just take note of when you get up in the morning, how you feel that morning, and just making sure you're being aware of how you feel. How's your body reacting today? Maybe if it's later in the day, did you drink enough water? Because I know if I drink more water, then my body is staying hydrated. So making sure to take note of how much water you're drinking, maybe to limit your alcohol. Vitamin D is really, really good for the skin. So just making sure you take a walk outside, and just sun is really good for your mental health as well. So, you know, those are the tips that I want you to take away from this. If you take away anything, is make sure you take note of how you're feeling, get some vitamin D, just a walk around the block, and just making sure you are taking note of what you put in your body, to drink lots of water and limit your alcohol. Those have really helped for me.
That was great tips. The tips that I would give, I believe, is finding the courage and the ability to love yourself no matter what phase you are in. As I mentioned earlier, when I was 90% covered, I always would say to myself, if I could just get clear, I would love myself more. And then when I got clear, I'm like, okay, wait a minute. The psoriasis is gone, but I'm still struggling.
Yep.
So finding ways to truly love yourself through self-care, even recognizing when you're experiencing anxiety is a form of self-care, because you're recognizing your feelings and you're checking in with yourself. So continue doing that. I would say therapy is a great resource as well. So your therapist can kind of help you navigate some of those inner issues as to why you're fearful or scared to show your psoriasis. Connecting with people from the National Psoriasis Foundation like you're doing today, even watching something like this where you see two people living with psoriasis that you can relate to, who we too are doing the best that we can, is a great way to readjust your mind. That's why I'm here today, because I've seen somebody else with psoriasis living life to the fullest. So I would say also be comfortable with whatever phase you are in. If you are in a phase where you can wear your legs and arms out, great. But if you're in a phase where you're still a little bit uncomfortable with that, there's no shame in that. And all of this is about progression. But I do want to leave you all with the note is don't feel ashamed of who you are because of your psoriasis. You are still beautiful. You will still find somebody who loves you. I've been married before and I can't get rid of them because we're still friends. So obviously the psoriasis does not bother me. Sabrina is married to a wonderful husband. So I do want to leave you all with that advice.
Yes, that is, I can't, and Rebecca mentioned this too, is finding just somebody who will support you. Even if you don't feel like you can open up to even your spouse sometimes or your family, find a support group with people who are going through what you're going through. And for me, it was important for me to find somebody who was newly diagnosed, somebody in the middle of their journey, and then somebody who's been living with psoriasis for 10, 15, 20 years, because you're going to get so much good little snippets and advice from all these people in different parts of the journey. And so make sure you find that support group. And the biggest thing, like what you said, Alisha, is just love yourself no matter what. And if the past 18 months haven't taught us anything, it's to take time for ourselves, and self-care isn't selfish. So make sure we are taking care of ourselves and loving ourselves.
Mark, do we have a few more minutes for a couple of questions?
Sure, yeah. I don't see why not.
Okay, we'll take a couple of questions because I know it's almost time to wrap up. So someone asked, I would like to ask if you have recommendations for lotions or moisturizers. That's a great question. For me personally, I use Eucerin, which you can find at any Walmart or Target. It's a really heavy moisturizer. I use body oil. So typically I put the lotion on and then I top it off with the body oil. And then I also use something called Psoriasis. It has like it's kind of like a tar treatment. It doesn't have heavy fragrances. And so, yeah, that's what I use topically on my skin. What about you, Sabrina?
There are two, and I thought I had one here because I keep it with me all the time. There's two that I really, really love. Tubby Todd has this everyday lotion, and I found out about it because my son has eczema and they were recommended to me. So Tubby Todd's everyday lotion, there's no fragrant in it. It's light, airy. It's not greasy at all. So I keep that with me. And then Rooted has a really, really good hand lotion. It's you can get it online and in your Grove shipment, but those are two that I always have with me. So Tubby Todd everyday lotion and Rooted hand lotion that I use on my elbows too. By far my favorite.
We have another question from Rebecca. What do you do for buttons, zippers, ties when your joints aren't cooperating, or bras when you're feeling extra sensitive? That is a really good question. So there are, I forget the official name for them, but there are devices that you can use when you're having PSA that like are alternatives. So instead of having to zip up yourself, you might have like a device that will zip up for you, or you can get shirts that look like they zip, but they're magnetic that you can put on. For ties, you can get clip-on ties that you don't have to tie, but they just look like a clip-on. Well, you clip them right on. And then for bras, when you're feeling extra sensitive, so if it's joint pain, you can get the bras that clip in the front, so that way you don't have to do all that rotating and arm stuff. And then I also have even put like paper towels sometimes under my bras because I sweat a lot as well, and that can be irritating. So those are some tips for me. Sabrina?
Jockey has some really, really great fabrics for bras and underwear. For me, I always try to do seamless because the wires are very, very irritating for me. So Jockey has some really great ones, and Jockey is a great one for men too, because All of their fabrics are super lightweight and non-irritating. And they're always running sales. So it's my go-to. And then again, I can't say enough good things about Target because they have some really, really good options. Seamless. I always try to say with the seamless, and Katie mentioned sports bras, and you mentioned the clip-in ones. The clip-in ones are amazing because you don't have to like do all that stuff. And it's really great for PSA, so you don't have to move around your arms that much. And then I really want to make sure somebody with NPF said that Shayna, they have a seal of recognition of really good products that are that they recommend. And I love when brands have the seal of recognition from NPF. The laundry detergent that I have, I got because it got the seal of recognition from NPF. So that's a great resource too.
So guys, this is a terrific conversation. We do have to get on to our next speaker, but thank you so much. Alisha and Sabrina, you guys are amazing volunteers. And I like to tell people, I mean, there are a lot of comorbidities with psoriasis, but I think being awesome is also one of them.
Well, thank you
guys
so much for having us. This was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it's interesting, you know, you talk about dark clothes and fashion sense. Well, the NPF dresses me, and I'm wearing the advocacy shirt, which happens to be in black. So brave of the NPF to send out to the volunteers dark shirts. So thank you. Next up, we've got Dr. Daniel Furst. He's a rheumatologist, emeritus professor of medicine at UCLA, David Geffen School of Medicine, Department of Medicine, Division of Rheumatology. He is also an adjunct clinical professor at the University of Washington in Seattle and a professor of rheumatology at the University of Florence in Florence, Italy. Dr. Furst has a clinical practice with Seattle Rheumatology Associates, as well as specific arthritis in Los Angeles. Dr. Furst has been on a number of national committees concerned with rheumatic therapeutics, tongue twisters. He recently was co-leader of the ACR recommendations for the use of non-biologic and biologic therapies in RA. He is a member of the board of directors for the Foundation of Collaboration of Research Rheumatologists of North America. He also has the honorary distinction of being a master of the American College of Rheumatology. He is on the editorial review board of numerous clinical pharmacology and rheumatic disease journals. He has written over 900 original articles, reviews, chapters, and written or edited 20 books on rheumatic disease. Dr. Furst's research interests include the clinical pharmacology of anti-rheumatic drugs and biologics, and the pathophysiology and treatment of systemic sclerosis. Welcome, Dr. Furst.
Mark, I think first what we will do, no pun intended, I'm sorry, Dr. Furst. We have a video from Dr. Philip Meese that will precede the presentation from Dr. Furst. So let me go ahead and play that for.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Philip Meese. I'm Director of Rheumatology Research at Swedish Medical Center, Providence St. Joseph Health. I practice at Seattle Rheumatology Associates and am clinical professor at the University of Washington. I'm delighted that the National Psoriasis Foundation is conducting this symposium on pain, a central experience for anyone who has psoriatic arthritis and for many people who have psoriasis. You're also very fortunate to have Dr. Dan Furst present to you on this subject and to answer questions during this symposium. I've been asked to provide this introduction. Pain is an experience that all humans have, and it's an important aspect of our natural physiology. It helps protect us as well as being very harmful to us. Whenever we do patient focus groups as part of qualitative research, or whenever I'm in with a patient, pain ends up being one of the key and central issues that patients are trying to get rid of and to treat effectively. Also, issues like fatigue, inability to function normally, impaired quality of life. These are all important issues, but pain remains a central feature. Thus, I think it's very important for us to learn from whence cometh pain, how do we experience pain in the body, what are the different ways in which pain pathophysiology occurs, and the many different ways of treating pain effectively. I would like to show a few introductory slides. We're starting with the premise that pain is a key symptom domain in rheumatic disease with significant impact on function and quality of life. It's associated with tissue pathology, as in psoriatic arthritis, not only arthritis itself, that is synovitis in the joint areas, but also where tendons or ligaments attach, which we call enthesitis, or a whole digit, which we call dactylitis, or in the spine, which we call spondylitis, but also the skin. And the pain signals are arising from peripheral nociception, but there also may be a significant central sensory dysregulation, which I'll comment on in a second. Also, pain can occur without significant tissue pathology, as in fibromyalgia, and that is primarily caused by central sensory dysregulation. Here we have a drawing from Descartes in 1664, when already he was aware that a painful stimulus, such as putting your foot in a fire, would send signals up through the spinal cord to the brain, hopefully leading the person to withdraw their foot from the fire. A simplistic view of pain pathways. Here we have, down in the lower right, a stimulus coming from tissue, like the joints, or the enthesium, or the spine, and then a signal being sent to the spinal cord, a place called the dorsal horn, and then up through the spinal cord to the brain, where places such as the somatosensory cortex or insula are receiving the signal via transmission of neurotransmitters like glutamate and substance P. This is the ascending pain pathway, and it's occurring in microseconds. Now, the body is equipped with an inhibitory descending pain pathway in which there are important neurotransmitters that mitigate or inhibit the ascending pain pathway. They modulate it. So, for example, after you withdraw your foot from the fire, the norepinephrine, serotonin, endorphins, opioid signaling will control the pain. Furthermore, we now know through advanced science that there are incredible number of neurotransmitters operating at the level of the nerve synapses, which are transmitting this signal both peripherally and centrally, all being modifiable at the synapse level between nerves and also the microglia, which serve as sort of lymphocytes, if you will, of the central nervous system. Here we have a normal individual who's having a peripheral pain impulse, which is going up to the brain, and then the descending modulation, which occurs. And after you remove your finger or your foot from the flame, the pain subsides. But after you have had chronic pain for a long time or an inflammatory disease, things change. There is a difference in gene expression in the central nervous system, and there is way too much nociception or ascending input and too little descending modulation. So in that state, there is augmentation of pain, which is sustained. We call this central sensitization. And this is what can happen if a patient has very prolonged pain and inflammatory disease that's not well controlled. And so we're trying as best we can to control pain as part of our treatment of psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. There are many different factors that lead to these changes in the central nervous system, including gene expression changes, how our pain and coping behaviors are shaped throughout childhood and as we become adults, central nervous system plasticity, a number of other psychosocial factors, stress regulation, and the cortisol pathway. You're going to learn more about this from Dr. Furst. So it's very important for us as clinicians to really be attuned to your experience with pain so that we can mitigate it and bring your disease under adequate treatment control, hopefully in remission or low disease activity. Thank you so much and enjoy your further learning and discussions from Dr. Furst.
Dr. Furst, I'll stop sharing if you'd like to start sharing your screen.
Yes, I will do that.
Thank you.
Having lots of fun trying to get it going.
Understand that.
The heck is this?
Oops.
Still trying to get started.
Well, you're getting close.
Aha. Okay.
I don't see it yet, Dr. Furst.
I've got it on mine.
We're just seeing the toolbar from the Zoom. It's really big.
How about now?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. Tell me when to start.
Go for it. We're ready.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Dan Furst, and we heard some very nice discussion of dressing and our self-images. And we're going to move on from that to something that Dr. Meese mentioned a lot about, was pain. The bad news about pain is we all have it. The good news about pain is we can do something about it. And so let me talk to you a little bit about all of that. I have some disclosures. I work with many companies in order to do my research. There's some general comments first. If you think about pain, it is both sensory, coming from the brain and from the nerves, and emotional, always. There's always an overlap. And I'm going to talk about it as if all these things are separate, but in fact, it's always a mix. And there are certain things I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about deep brain stimulation, a way to deal with severe pain, or the transcutaneous nerve stimulation, or acupuncture very much, or epidural cord stimulation. And I'm not going to talk about various ways to get drugs into the system. But pain is really an important issue. It's not there the same all the time. Sometimes it's sharp. Sometimes it hits the skin with burning pain. Sometimes it's in the joints with aching. It can be dull. It can be all the time, part of the time, but pain is a major issue. And if you think about psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis, it is a multifaceted disease, and consequently, many aspects of our psyches affected. So there are emotional components, and you talked a little bit about it. Self-consciousness, anger, helplessness, embarrassment, and most patients, the green applying to how people feel about this, and about 80 to 90% of patients with psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis have all of these aspects. But there's also other aspects, itchiness, which is kind of, if you think about the nerves, nearly a pre-pain. When itchiness nerves fire off more, they become pain, physical pain or soreness. And you can see here that 80 to 90% of patients have some aspects of all of these things. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the genetic background for pain. I'm going to review aspects of pain resulting from damage and inflammation. That's called nociceptive sensory pain. I'm going to talk about pain that comes from the autoimmune disease, such as your autoimmune disease, which is often neuropathic. And then we're going to talk about pain arising from brain and associated emotions, affective pain. You've heard a little bit about that. If we break it down, we can think about it in these three ways. There's anatomically defined pain, autoimmune and inflammatory pain, and affective pain, and they overlap. And note that about 15 to 20% of patients and people have headaches and fibromyalgia pain. It frequently coexists with the others. So let's talk about some of the genetic components. It's pretty clear that there's a strong familial predisposition to chronic pain. The odds of someone having chronic pain goes up to 8 if they have a first-degree relative, sister, brother, someone like that, with chronic pain. And there are several genes associated with pain that have been well described, and these are 3 of them. And in fact, these are useful to know because affecting these genes can help the pain. And it turns out that there's a racial disparity. 7 to 10% of Caucasians, for example, are poor metabolizers, and they don't respond to medications like codeine and tramadol and opiates because they don't activate those medicines. On the other hand, as you can see in this slide, high metabolizers, such as Ethiopians, Saudi Arabians, are good responders because their genes activate all of these drugs. So there's a clear genetic component. And when we talk about pain, let's first talk about anatomically defined pain. And that's pain that results from damage. This is an X-ray of a person with a severe psoriatic arthritis. And you can see that there are parts of the bones that are broken down, like here, and parts that are bent, where there's real damage. And if you think about the spine, you can also have damage there. You can see where the arrows are, where there's extra bone caused because there's been so much pain and the body has responded. What happens is there's inflammation, then there's tissue damage, and then there's pain. And that's nociceptive or sensory pain. So how do you treat anatomic or nociceptive pain? Well, here's a study which looked at nonsteroidals, Indocin, Celebrex, Etodolac, Aleve, compared to opiates, such as oxycodone, Percocet, morphine, things of that sort. And what you see here is that if you look at the brief pain inventory, that's how much pain interferes with function, that both the NSAIDs and the opioids are about equal. In other words, sometimes opioids are important, but many times we can get the same kind of relief not using opioids. However, when you look at the side effects, the opioids have more side effects, more constipation, sleepiness, things of that sort. And in fact, they have about twice as many. So you can treat pain with both NSAIDs, nonsteroidals, and opioids. Now, a lot of us have heard an awful lot about cannabinoids, and that can be potentially a treatment for this kind of pain. And there are several kinds of opioids. We all know there are multiple different ones, but basically they break down into those which are THC, and they affect a receptor called CB1, and CBD, which affects CB2. And CB1 causes depression, anxiety, decreases memory, and it decreases pain. It also increases appetite and sleep. The CBD, which affects the CB2 receptor, decreases inflammation and decreases neuroinflammation. And you saw some of that in some of the pathways that you saw from Dr. Meese. Here's a study that looked at cannabinoids, which is that whole family, relating to ulcer pain. Now, ulcer pain is a kind of pain in the skin, just like the kind of pain that you have from psoriasis. This pain is a deeper pain. The pain from psoriasis is more an itchy, burning kind of pain. But the point of this is, if you look at the pain visual analog scale, the yellow, you can see that using cannabinoid seemed to decrease the pain. The problem with this study, there's no control group, so pain may decrease on its own, but it seems to indicate decreasing pain when you use cannabinoids. And what was done here is, what was looked at was all of the articles on cannabis and the different kind of pains that are being treated. And the numbers reflect the number of studies relating to treating these kind of pains. Neuropathic pain. Remember, we already talked about the fact that neuropathic pain exists in psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, chronic pain, as well as cancer pain, etc. And you can see that although the data are not absolutely clear, for chronic pain, it appears that the study that the cannabis works, and for neuropathic pain, it seems to work well as well. Now, there's a problem with cannabis and cannabinoids, and that is they're not controlled in any way. So you go to a store which sells cannabis, and you don't know what you're buying. Sometimes the cannabis is really potent. Sometimes it appears like there's nothing to it. They say that they separate the THC, the CB1, from the CBD effects, but most of the time there's a little of both. So what do? If you're going to use cannabis for pain, first of all, try and go to the same place. That helps a little. Second, you got to start slow, orally, and build up. And sometimes you have to go to higher doses. The doses are frequently 5 milligrams when starting, and you can see you have to use higher dosing. And it's important to use oral dosing, and think of one where the CBD is identified. So if you're going to use cannabis, then the thing to do is follow these kinds of rules. Well, what about the pain related to inflammation and autoimmune disorders? Let's talk about the musculoskeletal system. When you think about the joints in psoriasis, although there are patterns, basically any joint, anything can occur. You can have a little stiffness. It can be acute pain or kind of builds up. It can be a few joints. It can be a lot of joints. While it frequently is at the ends of the fingers, it can also be in the knees, the ankles, the wrists, anywhere else in the back. So there's nothing that says that any given joint is typical, totally typical of psoriatic arthritis. And if you look at the joints, and this is looking at ultrasound, you can see that the yellow and red there indicates inflammation. And if you do ultrasound, which is bouncing sound waves off the joints, what you see is that there is actual inflammation. And there have been a whole series of treatments with drugs like methotrexate, cyclosporin, apremilast, biologics of various kinds, including Cosentex and including ustekinumab, etc. And those treatments are used to treat the inflammation. And if the inflammation goes down, then the nerve fibers aren't firing off and the pain decreases. So if you treat the underlying inflammation, ultimately, usually quite slowly, it'll result in decreased pain. And if you decrease the rash of psoriasis, remember that rash, underneath that rash are nerves that are firing off and causing itching and pain. That too will decrease the pain. So treating the underlying disease is obviously important. And when we think about that, we consider neuropathic or nerve pain. And it happens a lot in psoriasis. Nerve pain, when it occurs, and this was about 350 patients, and they looked at a pain questionnaire, and they found that when you have nerve pain, you also get tired, you have poor sleep. Leptins, which is a hormone in fat, is also increased and can affect appetite. And you can see in this slide that when there's neuropathic pain, all of these things occur. So not only do you have pain that is from the underlying disease and it's nerve pain, but it affects your whole quality of life. So a couple of things about neuropathic or nerve pain. First, you can often tell whether it's nerve pain or another pain because it's a burning pain or a numbing pain. And you can see here several medications which can be used to treat it somewhat effectively. Neurontin, Lyrica, drug called Keppra. And I put in here that sometimes, for the joints anyway, transcutaneous nerve stimulation and acupuncture may be said to have helped. The data are really pretty poor, but at least it's being used. I think the point of this slide is that you can tell neuropathic pain often because it's burning and numbing, and there are ways to treat it separately from NSAIDs or opioids or treating the underlying disease. Well, what about affective pain? And I want to emphasize while looking at this, that when you're treating pain in psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, the right thing to do is figure out where the pain is coming from, be it anatomic or underlying disease or affective, and then treat all aspects of it. And remember, I said it's usually mixed. So there may be some anatomic pain that needs to be treated with one set of medicines, autoimmune pain dealing with the underlying disease, and now affective pain. 20 to 25% of patients with autoimmune diseases, including psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis, have chronic pain. And it doesn't correlate with disease activity or damage or other pain. And it's affective. It affects the emotions. And you can see here on the right-hand side that depression comes along with that and it hangs over your shoulder. So a quarter of patients have pain unrelated to the other kinds of pain about which we've been speaking. In this case, injury, spasm doesn't account for the pain. It's all over the place. It's not in the usual places. It may not be over the skin. It may not be over the joints. It may be all over. And it's very, very unpleasant pain, sometimes even touching the skin, having nothing to do with the psoriasis can cause the pain. It doesn't respond to the things we've been speaking about before. And it's associated with quality of life. And nearly everyone has some of these. Nearly everyone with psoriasis and psoriatic arthritis has some of this. Remember that. It's very important to you. So how often does this central kind of pain called fibromyalgia occur? In this study, small study, compared to healthy controls, you can see that 50% of patients with psoriatic arthritis had central pain or fibromyalgia pain, compared to only 5% of normals. So it's very common in psoriatic arthritis. What sets it off? Well, it's a disorder of the relationship between the usual pain and the brain. So things that set it off are things that are psychological. If you're very depressed, if something awful has happened, it can set this off. And it feels differently. It's a deep aching most of the time. And it's associated with abnormalities that I'll show you that you can actually measure in the brain. It's all in your head, all right, but it's not just all in your head. The things that set it off can be infections. For example, it could be set off by having COVID. It could be set off by having side effects from the vaccine, an automobile accident, stressors, typical stressors. If your marriage is breaking up, if you have a kid, hormones, thyroid problems, money, drugs can set this off. And certain catastrophic events, interestingly, war, but not, for example, a storm. So what happens? You got the background of stress. You have some bad genetic background too. You have something going on in the environment that makes you prone to it, and you get symptoms. And then those symptoms result in psychological consequences. And you do less, you stay away from people, you sleep poorly, you have more distress, and you have other behaviors about which we'll speak in just a minute that bring on more pain. So this causes the psychological problems that cause more symptoms, that cause more psychological problems, and are often a very vicious cycle. There was a study which was done in women in college, and they looked at appearance dissatisfaction. Now, these were normals, but they had appearance dissatisfaction. And you all know that that's a problem that you all have. And that dissatisfaction can result in pain. We just discussed that. One of the ways to treat that is called cognitive behavioral therapy. And it's a program which is very rational based to try and increase how you cope with the pain, to decrease some of the things that make things worse. It's good for nearly any disease, but specifically it's good in psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. One of the problems is that if the practitioner of this isn't very good, it's not going to work. And we have no way of knowing who's the good and the bad and the ugly here. I think help from your friends, other patients, may help here. So what is it? For one thing, for example, you can help decrease pain by relaxation techniques. You can do things like looking at aspects of your body and looking at it until you become used to it. So it's not such a big deal anymore. In this case, they talk about short legs, but in your case, we're talking about psoriasis. And then beginning to understand how just thinking about it and thinking about it and then thinking how bad it is, like in this case, making me look dumpy, will make it worse. And if you can break that cycle, it'll break the affective aspects of pain. And women deal with this differently than men. Women deal with pain, one, they actually feel more pain, but it doesn't have as much carryover effect. And They deal with it better by using an emotional focused strategy, getting spousal support, getting encouragement, sharing things with friends. That's the best way for women most of the time. Men tend to get more help by using problem-focused strategy, relaxing, redefining it. They like that. They like to do something. On the other hand, men's pain affective behavior carries over to more days. Women can shake it off more easily than men. What do? You redefine it. You look at it differently so it's more bearable. Yeah, I've got the pain, but you know what? I can still enjoy a walk. You can try and discuss it with someone. You can get spiritual comfort. You can get emotional support. Those are emotion-focused ways of dealing with it. There are problem-focused. Do something to reduce the pain. Take meds. Relax, massage, baths. Not so good in psoriasis. Do something to distract yourself. Play, teach, read. Now, one of the things that we have to be sure of is that no rules are absolute. It isn't only going to apply to men, and it's not only going to apply to women. It crosses over. When we talk about pain, we have to talk about the word catastrophizing. Catastrophizing is feeling like if you've got something, it's going to last forever. You wake up in the morning with back pain, and that back pain in your mind is going to last forever, not just today, but for every day in your life. Being afraid that if something bad happens, it'll be a catastrophe. Oh, I don't know. For example, having a small car accident. You can think about that as, oh my God, I'll never be able to drive my car again, or get it taken care of. Thinking that that accident is going to change your life forever when it needn't. Now look, we all catastrophize sometimes. The classic example are athletes who get a sprain and think that's the end of their lives, or dental procedures, or back pain. These are usually short term. However, if it gets out of control, then it can make your pain so much worse. One of the ways it does is you start ruminating about it. You go back to it again and again. And if you notice that that's not a very helpful way to approach it. It feels worse. You wake up with back pain, and it's not just back pain, but it's back pain so bad that you can't take a shower. But realize that you can take a shower. Feeling helpless, you can't do anything about it. But in fact, thinking about catching yourself and saying, wait a minute, I can do something about it. I can take meds. I can get a hot bath, whatever. Think about separating those feelings and making them neutral or even positive. You may not be able to wash your dishes today, but if you get treatment, you may be able to wash it tomorrow. And it turns out that this relates to what's going on in the brain. This is a study in which they connected various parts of the brain. Those lines say one part is connected to another. And in patients with fibromyalgia and central pain, there are many, 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 many more connections than people who don't have fibromyalgia. In other words, what happens is you feel pain in the brain, and the brain generalizes it so the whole brain gets affected. This is a very real thing. It's not just in your head, as I said, but it is in your head. And it really happens and can be measured. And what happens is that the normal pain response is amplified. So in this particular picture, what you see here is there's pain, let's call it pain intensity of 6 out of 10. And that's in relationship to a stimulus that's a 7. But if you have fibromyalgia, you get that same amount of pain from a stimulus that's only 4. Touching versus a needle. For a person with allodynia, that's generalized pain, and fibromyalgia, touching feels just like a needle. That's what happens in central pain. So what can you do to treat it? So let's talk about that. One of the ways to treat pain is with cognitive behavioral therapy. We talked about that. We can also talk about aerobic exercise, medications, and alternative therapies. Exercise does help pain. Aerobic exercise helps nearly everyone. The problem with it is keeping it up. We all start, best of intentions. 3 months later, somehow or other, we're not doing it. It's important to keep doing it. And you add it on to medications. You begin with low impact exercise for a short time. You don't need to do jumping jacks for 45 minutes. All you need to do is try and stretch out and go 1 or 2 jumping jacks and slowly bring it up. It's just as important as any medication. Now, what about stretching and strengthening? Actually, while they make you feel better in the long haul, there's really not as much evidence as good old cardiovascular aerobic exercise. What about medications? And this is a list of many of these medications. Remember we talked about at the beginning about a serotonin genes? Well, these are medications to varying degrees which inhibit serotonin or inhibit the COMT gene, the norepinephrine gene. And the drugs that work best are the ones that hit both serotonin and norepinephrine. Cymbalta, venlafaxine or Effexor, amitriptyline, those are good drugs for this kind of disease. This is a somewhat complex slide, but in fact, you can get hold of this slide so you can look at it. We talked about nociceptive pain or sensory pain, that's the anatomic. We talked about the neuropathic pain associated with autoimmune disease, and we talked about centralized pain. And you can see that medicines like fluoxetine, that's Prozac, or duloxetine or Cymbalta, those are SNRIs, they affect all 3 aspects, as do medications like amitriptyline. You can see that non-steroidals tend to affect only the peripheral ones. Opioids, both the peripheral and some of the central. That gabapentin doesn't affect the peripheral so much, but really hits the central very well. That CBD affects the peripheral and THC the central. So you can see that the mix and match approach is really quite effective. Although, of course, you have to worry about the thing that I always tell my patients. You never get something for nothing. So you got to be careful about side effects with all of this. Now, what about some of these? Acupuncture, myofascial release, trigger point injections, chiropractic, biofeedback. There are case reports saying that these all work, but there really aren't as many well-done studies that prove they work. Nevertheless, it's worth trying. If it works for you, that's great. So what I've talked about is what's causing the pain, the 3 different aspects, the fact that they occur in each of us in various mixes, and that we have to treat all of them in order to treat our pain effectively. Thank you for your attention. So let's see if there are some questions. Mark, why don't you take over and tell me what my questions are?
Yeah, I think Bev was going to chime in. But if not, I'm seeing here in there's a question. Have you had any success working with patients taking low dose naltrexone?
So, very good question. Naltrexone is one of the drugs that in higher doses is used to treat opioid overdoses. In very low doses, there have been a number of people who feel that it really works, basically more for the central pain and a little bit for the peripheral pain. So that yes, this is something that that can be used, usually used at 4.5 or 4 milligrams once or twice a day.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Furst. That was an amazing presentation, and I learned a lot. Of course, my shameless plug is that for people that want to get started with exercise, of course, the NPF, we have our Team NPF walks coming up, and it's a great opportunity to become active and to meet other psoriasis people in the community.
And it's a fashion statement. You wore black and now you're wearing white. Good on you.
Yeah, like I said, I've got a whole wardrobe. Between the NPF and Costco, I'm well clothed.
There's a question here about using counseling to deal with mental health. Absolutely. Remember, central pain has to do with how we feel, how we deal with pain. And that counseling and dealing with how we feel about ourselves feeds into that and really does help pain.
Well, thanks again. I think we are now set to take a 5-minute break. We might be shortening it by a few minutes, so if you could maybe stay not too far away from your computer. But I don't know, let's say maybe 12:14 Pacific time if we can all come back.
Sounds great, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So welcome back. I hope everyone had a chance to stretch their legs.
What shirt are you wearing, Mark?
Oh, this is now the Forward for a Cure. I'm only halfway done. So looking at this screen share in front of us, at first I thought we were in gallery view because I think so many people that are in attendance are listed here. But this is it's a very exciting portion of the conference. It's the time when the 2021 Volunteer of the Year Award is announced. And doing the honors today is the 2020 Volunteer of the Year, Jenn Pellegrin. Hello, Jenn.
Hey, Mark.
How are you?
Thank you. So I was honored when they asked me to announce this year's Volunteer of the Leader Award. Our list of nominees, as you can see, is quite an impressive one, with Kathleen Browning, Howard Chang, Julie Greenwood, Mark Oberman, Mark Parika, John Post, Jim Sneeden, Ashley Wallace, and Vicki Wilkerson. I myself have had the privilege to volunteer along about 99% of you, putting in many years advocating for something so near and dear to our hearts. This year's winner is no exception to that. From their blog and website to their step therapy story, which I've heard many times advocating with them, both in DC and at the state level, being a mentor when I was scared at DC. So without further ado, it's my honor to announce the 2021 National Psoriasis Foundation's Volunteer Leader of the Year, my friend and fellow California advocate, Mr. Howard Chang.
I should have had applause keyed up. Put your mics on, folks.
Woo!
Congratulations, Howard.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone. That was
Howard.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Well, congratulations to all the nominees there. Just an amazing list of advocates and volunteers, including Jenn. I remember that day in Washington, or that week. That was amazing.
So Lori's been a co-conspirator in this whole thing.
I have.
Lori's here.
Super proud. It's great to see everyone. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Look at that.
Howard, I was so glad to see that you had won. You've earned it. Having worked with you on the advocacy in California, you just did an amazing job.
No, it's, yeah, I'm a bit speechless. You know, the foundation was a part of my life when I was a teenager and I had no other outlet in terms of learning about psoriasis. There were pamphlets at the derm office. And so I always remembered that. And then I think we got involved when we were in LA about 10 plus years ago. So I'm really grateful just to be part of the foundation and have this opportunity to kind of serve the patient population and to advocate for, you know, access, for cure, everything that we work so hard for.
Well, cool. Does anyone have any thoughts or any experiences with Howard they want to share? Okay. I believe was okay. Well, I guess that wraps up the volunteer presentation. I'm sorry, the volunteer award presentation. Again, congratulations, Howard. I couldn't have gone to a better candidate. So conference goodie bags will be sent out to those who have attended today and reside in the US. Please ensure your name is shown up in Zoom attendee box so we can get a goodie bag out to you. The conference has been recorded and will be available on the NPF website soon. Volunteer with NPF, be an advocate, a social media volunteer, attend a team NPF activity, be a one-to-one mentor, get a t-shirt, all the different events, fill your wardrobe. It's a great experience and it's very meaningful. So thank you all. And we want to thank our sponsors, UCB, AbbVie, Novartis, Pfizer, Amgen, Bristol Myers Squibb, and Bausch Foundation. With their support, NPF can continue to provide conferences for our community. And thank you for attending the conference today. Our next community conference will be March 5th, 2022. This conference will be virtual. We hope to have an in-person conference in late April, early May, if it's safe to do so. More details to come. And again, thank you for attending. We're going to leave the Zoom conference room open for about another half hour. If you want to unmute your microphone and say hello. Give feedback on what you heard today.
Come back on camera too.
Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Matt.
Great job today, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure.
And Howard, very well deserved, sir. You've been so dedicated for so long and you've helped so many people. So thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
You're quite welcome, buddy.
And Howard, you're the nicest guy. I just
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think it's ironic, Howard. I'm doing the Patients Rising, and your story was shared for step therapy this week. And I was like, hey, I know him.
Oh yeah, with Lily Stairs. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was fun. I don't know. She kept pursuing me. I kept saying I was busy, and she's like, "You're the right person for this." So I think we've done so much step therapy work. Back in 2015, we were doing California step therapy. So yeah. So, well, it's great to see everyone. Unfortunately, we have a lunch. Actually, it's a 12 o'clock lunch. So I wanted to just say goodbye to everyone. And thanks for the community conference. I think it was great. So, and hope to see everyone in person at some point. I really miss this.
Yeah, definitely.
That's what I'm looking forward to. But these are great too. So, and thanks to all NPF staff too. Yeah. So, yeah. So I'll have to sign off.
Congratulations.
Congratulations again, Howard.
All right. Take care.
Congrats, brother.
All right. Love you all.
So, hey guys, that went really well. That pain module I thought was really interesting, like fascinating. And like you said, Tammy, kind of connected things that so many patients have been poo-pooed about, right? Mm-hmm. By the many or some in the medical community. I don't want to generalize, but as we know, that's been a long-standing struggle for so many of the people in our family, right?
Yeah, I had my former rheumatologist said to me one time, I don't feel like your pain is what you claim it is. And that was so hurtful. I mean, it was just awful to hear. And I ended up, she sent me for all these tests. She ended up sending me to a pain doctor who said, well, your pain is exactly what you claim it is. And she diagnosed me with fibromyalgia and joint damage in my spine and all of that. So it was just that my own rheumatologist kind of poo-pooed me. That was devastating.
Hence the reason why he's your old rheumatologist.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure looking through some of the people still on here, I mean, there's other people who can tell that exact same story.
Mm-hmm.
Tammy, I never thought I'd ever hear anybody else say that. I had a dermatologist when I was full on skin You know, I had a dermatologist who I've been seeing for 6 or 7 or 8 years say to me, I just don't know what to do with you anymore. And we have since moved on from him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's very insensitive.
Yeah.
But I was like, I'm not a drug seeker. I'm not looking for narcotics. I just want to know what's wrong and how to fix it and how to deal with it.
Right.
I mean, I do find that exercise really helps with pain. Do you find that that works?
I do as much as I can. I just got my splint off from my second carpal tunnel surgery, and 6 months into I have my last nerve ablation in my spine for the year this coming week, and then I can get back to, I like yoga and Pilates a lot. I just haven't been able to do it because I've been doing the facet injections and nerve ablations for like the last 6 months.
Wow.
Hey, Tammy, you want to elaborate maybe for some of the people who don't know what a nerve ablation is?
Oh, sure. A nerve
I don't
ablation.
know.
Yeah. And yeah, you do. A nerve ablation, they call it a neurotomy. They call it radio frequency ablation. They call it nerve ablation. They call it all kinds of stuff. It's where you have permanent spinal damage, joint damage in your spine, and they do a series of injections into your spine, of nerve blocks into your spine, to pinpoint the precise area where the problem is. And then they go in with really like an electrified needle and burn off the small joints or the small nerves around the joint to stop your pain temporarily. So this is my 6th one. I've had 2 on my cervical spine, and they do those separately. They do the nerve blocks. They'll do both sides. They do 2 sets of them, or here in Pennsylvania, they do 2 sets of them. And then they do the ablation on one side and the next ablation a month later. So it really is like a 6-month process. And I've had 2 done in my lumbar spine. And this is the second one in my SI joint. This will be the second side. So it'll be the second actual ablation. And insurance does not cover nerve ablations for your SI joint because they don't consider that to be a thing.
That
was supposed to be my next step.
Yeah, it is. For me, it's been very effective. They each work for probably about 1.5 years. So, you know, I mean, it doesn't completely take the pain away, and the recovery for each side is about a month. So it starts out, this one, my SI joint, because, you know, it's like your butt bone. So it's hard to sit in a chair. So I sat in a recliner, laid in bed for a week with this one, which it's usually only a few days, but this was, I mean, it's just because of the area where it is. But they usually last about 1.5 years. My SI joint lasted 2. And it just got really bad. It got beyond me because I was trying to save up money for it, knowing insurance didn't cover it. And then quarantine happened and everything shut down. And then so I had to wait for stuff to open up again to do it.
Somebody, hey, Jim, maybe that was you. Who made the comment that should be the next step or something along those lines?
Yeah, that was supposed to be my next step. I had 2 epidurals. The first one helped a little. The second one didn't do squat. And after a while, the tramadol stopped working. And that's when I didn't know what to do next. And I looked it up online and they said, well, yeah, you could take 2, but don't take more than 4, it'll kill you. And that's when I stepped it up a notch and I moved on to gummies. And yeah, you got my collection back here.
And nice to see you wearing the old school, you know.
Oh, yeah. I saw yours, so I had a copy. I got a whole closet full of shirts over here too. So
Yeah, I do a lot of DIY stuff in old NPF walk gear.
oh yes, I'm a walking advertisement. I'm a billboard.
As is Mark. He just had a hat on.
I can't wear
Yeah.
most of the NPF walk shirts. They're like in part polyester, and polyester itches me.
Yeah.
They're all sitting in my drawer, all nicely stacked up.
I did get one that I could wear, but a lot of them do irritate me as well.
Well, maybe Katie, you should get involved in the advocacy. They use cotton in their shirts.
Well, you know, my stamp out shirt's cotton, my psoriatic superhero shirt's cotton. I've gotten to the point where I started making my own. In fact, this one I made, on the front it says psoriasis awareness, and on the back it says love, support, educate, advocate. No one in this family fights alone. So I just make my own.
There you go.
Lovely.
I never realized how appropriate it was to have this fashion, discussion.
Yeah.
Speakers. It really resonates with this group.
It really does. And
oh yes.
Oh, Mark, you changed your shirt. I was gonna say we're wearing the same shirt, but now you changed your shirt. I have my This Is Psoriasis shirt on. Wait, you're like
He's
you're like a
changed
fashion
like
guy.
5
You're on the
times.
runway,
Yeah.
right?
I like John's shirt. John, your shirt is wonderful.
Yeah, I found this one online. I love it. Yeah, I noticed that you changed your shirt like 4 or 5 times to show off different things like the walking or the biking or different items, and I was very amused.
Do any of you have Team NPF socks?
You have this shirt too?
Please don't take your pants off, Mark.
Yeah, you want to see my undershorts?
Katie, I'll pass along your comments about the shirts to our team. So we'll let them know about the polyester.
Well, you know, I started off volunteering because I complained about the shirts from the first walk that I did. And I said, I can't complain unless I try to do something about it. And it was Deb that got the earful of that, Deb Bernard, who is not actually with the foundation anymore. So I'm like, oh, that did a whole lot of good.
Well, we'll continue on with it.
Yeah, this is the first time that I've actually done any event with you all, except, no, that's not true. I did go to the seminar, I think it was maybe 2 months ago. Oh, goodness. I'm sorry, it's slipping my mind, brain fog stuff, but this is the first time that I've met you all.
Good to have you here.
And yeah,
You've
it's
been
good-
so engaged
good
in our
to-
chat.
Yeah, I do like to just engage, and I go through waves, like where I'm like, no, don't want to do anything about it right now, to like everything's about it. And so I don't know if anybody else goes through that, but
Always.
it's
Yeah.
it's like ebb and flow. So in any case, it's nice to meet you all. I'm currently in Colorado. I thought I saw someone else, Stacy or somebody like that. Who,
Stacy Bell is in Colorado.
nice. And I noticed that
Sabrina
Alisha
is
was
as
too.
well. No, Alicia's in
Yeah.
Georgia.
Alicia's in Georgia. Sabrina's in Colorado.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Well, welcome, Rebecca. Feel free to connect with all of us, and
Thanks.
hopefully we can get an in-person event next year, because it is really wonderful to connect with everybody, via Zoom in any way we can in this age of COVID. But when we meet with everybody in person, that's a whole other level of just.
Oh, for sure.
Just be aware, I'm a hugger. I need to hug everybody that's there. So
And I'm a coffee tosser, so The last conference in Chicago, I threw my coffee at Jim by mistake. Actually, I threw it at a wall. It was on a wall, it was on the ceiling, it was everywhere. But
That's funny.
most of you I don't even know in person. I know Jim and Matt. I don't even know who else is on here, but Jim was my first Capitol Hill day. Jim was there and we walked the longest, coldest walk of both of our lives together and totally bonded over that.
That's funny.
On us.
Hey, Jenn.
Tammy.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Was that the year it poured on us and we lost umbrellas because it was windy and stuff for Capitol Hill Day?
The first time I went was when they had the blizzard.
I'm trying to think. I know my first year, the wind just took people's umbrellas were flying away.
Oh man. No, one time, well, 2 times there was a blizzard. One time I got stuck there for an extra 2 days because I couldn't get a flight out because there was a blizzard in Pittsburgh. And then the other time it poured rain the whole day.
Yeah, we always pick perfect days to go.
Absolutely.
You can drive to DC from Pittsburgh and it only takes a couple of hours, right?
I know, but I didn't want to, well, my husband wouldn't let me drive by myself. So, and it's only an hour flight, but it was just, yeah, it was okay getting there. It was just getting home. That was the year that I never got home from anywhere on time because there were hurricanes and blizzards and everything every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's only an hour flight here to New York, and it was like a 7-hour delay in the airport.
Yeah.
Similar to Rebecca, do we have any other first timers here who would like to say hello and don't feel any pressure? I'm going to take that as a no.
We're going to go for second timers.
Well, I haven't met
I'm a second timer.
Hey, there's Cassie's a second timer.
I'm a second timer. I liked it so much I came back. So
That's awesome. Welcome back.
Hey, Cassie, it's nice to see you again. What did we do? Did we do a Zoom? Oh, it was the last conference, huh? Was it the last
we
conference
did a
or a Zoom?
conference,
Yeah.
and then there was like a social hour. Or
Yeah.
something that I did too.
Jen hosted us a party hour there for a minute last.
Right.
Hour with us, Tammy, on Facebook.
Yeah, I'm trying to get connected, but we got the walk coming up. I'm so excited to finally see everybody.
Very lucky to have Cassie join us in San Diego. So.
Yes, it's a great time.
She's a big walking advertisement for walks.
I really am. I try.
And Cassie spoke as a
walking walk
advocate.
advertisement.
Yeah. And Cassie spoke at our Stamp Up event recently, and it was very heartfelt as a patient advocate.
Thank you. Thank you. It was fun being able to actually be in person and share my story. It was the first time I got to see everybody outside of the screen. So it was nice. I'm looking forward to the walk.
Isn't that an awesome feeling when you
It
go
is.
there and you get to meet everybody?
Yes, I fit right in. I mean, we are superheroes. We are
Yes,
family.
we are.
I
We're all
appreciate
going
it
to bring
so
our
much.
frames.
Is super spelled with a P?
Yes.
2
Yeah, of
P's, I
course.
mean. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Everything's
Just,
spelled
just
with a
checking.
P.
Like in my mind,
Yeah.
I was like, I bet.
yes.
Yes, see?
There it is, right there.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, Jim. With the
You've
assist.
heard a couple of us
That's
talk
one of them.
about too. Stamp out is spelled with a P also.
Yes.
Of course.
Kind of a theme.
And family
funny.
and friends and
Yeah, I
just
saw
about
those
everything
earlier.
you
I was
can,
like,
yeah.
okay.
Anything we can change, we do it.
Well, with the P silent, you can put it in front of anything, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is my
That's
so
funny.
family, and family is spelled with a P.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so is power.
Oh. Well played, Jim.
And Christina, I see you have a first-time attendee with you.
Oh, I didn't even see you.
Hi, everyone. This is I'm Christina, and this is Olivia. She has flakes, but it's not psoriasis.
Are you sure? You get a
Oh, no,
second-
she left.
She was like, no.
I have that effect on women. They tend to fly away. Oh,
Went.
Pretty bird.
Pretty.
Pretty bird.
The cockatiel.
Beautiful.
I love the cheeks, the markings.
How did? Oh, there we go.
I've got a Rhea with me.
You've got my cat twin, John. Squiggy ordinarily
Her
makes
name is
many friends.
Araya.
It's not here today.
All right.
She's Araya. That's the Greek word for beautiful.
We should have a speaker talk about pets and how they lower our stress and help us to cope with psoriasis.
Well, thank you, Mark. We needed topics for the next conference, so yay.
Cassie,
Any of
isn't
you,
this
if you
your
have,
business?
What's that?
Cassie, isn't this your business?
Well, yeah, okay. So I
Pets?
actually recently switched pets. Previously, I spent 11 years working in pet insurance. So, but now I actually do have a connection with the Animal Bond Research Institute. So might be able to get some connections.
Interesting.
Help with that.
Cool.
write that down, Audrey.
I think Audrey has a whole lot of applause this year too. She's just been a master working everything. She's been of great help to me trying to find where there's volunteers where there are no volunteers.
Did you get that, Jane?
Yeah, we're very
What?
lucky in San Diego that we have such a great, vibrant psoriasis division. But I know many places in the state, in the country, are not so lucky.
Like Pittsburgh. We got nothing. We got me.
But that's why it's so important for events like this, for us to connect and share. And I mean, there are DIY events. I'm very event driven. I really like them because to me, the NPF is, if nothing, if not community, and it's really important to build community. And however we can do that virtually or in person.
I had no idea how much time I spent on my DIY fundraiser every year until last year when I didn't have one. And I was like, wow, I don't know what, I'm just sitting around. I'm like, shouldn't I be doing something? Oh, yeah, that was because I didn't have a fundraiser.
I'm going to probably and I mean, walks aren't working here. Stamp outs very well hated down here. And they still try to have it, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And so I may try to get with you and get some ideas again.
Sure. And that's how I ended up doing a DIY because I mean, you're from Pittsburgh, there's
Nothing.
I can throw a rock and hit 3 bingos that
Yeah.
are gonna charge you $10 or $5 admission.
In
Nobody's
Pittsburgh,
gonna come to
no
a
one
bingo.
bats an eyelash at Fire Hall wedding. Of course, you've got
Right.
7 bingos.
Yeah. I mean, my admission for my fundraiser is like $15. And I put a $10 special on for admission because the first time I did 25 and I had a terrible time. And, and it was 3. Well, the first one was 4 bands. I'm like, where are you going to go and see 4 bands? But,
Can I ask- I'm sorry. What about educational or research symposium type? I mean, we in San Diego at least. Organized with researchers to give presentations to our local group. It's something that can be done locally. Doesn't have to necessarily be driven by the National Psoriasis Foundation, but
We tried something like that here in Florida, I guess, well, just before COVID. we had did something. It was actually Carrie's idea, who was the previous CDM to now. It was her idea, and we had this whole ask the expert thing, and we had a dermatologist show up, we had a rheumatologist show up, and it's both doctors are very heavily involved down here. Just give us something to do, we'll show up. And it was me and Carrie and the two doctors and like one other person who brought her friend with her, and that was it. And so I just, you know, it might work in other parts of the country, but apparently we're picky down here.
Well, wasn't somewhere along the way, didn't I sign up for a like a Price is Right virtual fundraiser for the NPF that ended up getting canceled because I was like the only person that signed up for it. I don't remember who it was, but it was a few months ago, and it ended up getting canceled because nobody signed up for it. And DIYs are hard to do because, I mean, I love my fundraiser and I can't wait to do it again. I would be working on it already, but you know, things just keep happening. And but it's hard when you're doing, I'm not a good graphic person. I have trouble making my flyers or finding somebody to make my flyers. I have trouble getting publicity. I have trouble, you know, with everything. And, you know, as a DIY, you don't get any sponsorships or anything like that. I mean, I love doing it. It just makes it harder.
So not to single out people, but Bruce or John, do you guys have any feedback or any comments or anything for the group you want to bring up? You guys have been very quiet.
Well, you know, I don't even know if my mic's on. Maybe.
We can
It
hear
is.
you.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
it
can hear
is.
you.
We can hear you.
No, I mean, it's just my first time attending. You know, if I made a comment, I'd be changing the subject completely. I don't know anything. I don't have any advice about the fundraising issue. I just don't know anything to help you with that.
You're welcome to bring up anything you want. It's open season.
Absolutely.
Well, you know, I'm really, you know, interested in job hunting for a part-time job in research, and so that's actually kind of like what you know. I currently work with somebody, but I want to work with psoriatic arthritis, something I actually have, and you know, so I hit up one professor at UCSD, San Diego cannot accommodate, so I'm going to hit up another one, but I think that guy's actually doing lupus research right now.
Are you in San Diego?
Some of the area.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, this isn't really probably the appropriate place to be looking for work necessarily, but as far as connections with patients and you know, learning about treatments and other, you know, general education, I mean, that's what we're here for. We're patient oriented.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish you luck.
Oh, thanks.
No, I don't think where I'm at, any kind of fundraiser is going to work too well. I work for Dollar General. We have a literacy fund. Had a customer say, "What's that?" And we said, "To help people read." He said, "Well, they want to eat. I'll go kill them something." I said, "No, sir, read." Oh, never mind.
It's hard to get and people in general to just donate. And I think some of the best fundraising efforts are where you create an event that people who have no connection to the disease are willing to go attend, right? And that's why for a while the stamp out events were great because they attracted people to attend them. And I realized, like you said, Tammy, Pittsburgh might not be such a hot spot for them because they're a dime a dozen.
Mm-hmm.
But in other areas, we found, hey, they are pretty popular.
Yeah.
But I think that, like, creating something, and I'm not saying this is easy to do, but the concept is create something like, for example, with you and the bands that people are just going to want to go do anyway. And hey, yeah, if they can pay $10 or, you know, there's some type of donation jar there for that add money to, that's really the key of things.
Oh yeah, I make most of my money on the auction. In Pittsburgh we call it a Chinese auction. I know they call it basket raffles. They call it all kinds of different stuff. But I make a ton of money off that. 50/50s, you know, just stuff like that. I have like kids games and here in Pennsylvania, pull tabs, like the lottery pull tab things. I can't keep them in. I could sell hundreds. Well, I do sell hundreds of them. I could sell thousands of them. But, you know, and it's just now it's just very intimidating. I think once you get a place and then you start, most of the donations I get are for services, restaurants and hotels and stuff like that. And, you know, and they've all been hit so hard.
Yeah.
I am afraid to even ask them. And then
I'd wait till next year.
yeah, I'm hoping maybe like spring or summer, you know, because I would have already had to have started on this like a month ago because some places you have to do 6 months in advance, you know, to get some of the donations. And things started going down again.
I've seen
And
it here.
yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, now I've had some family members that were fully vaccinated that got COVID. I had somebody in the hospital. I'm just not hip to putting a big room of people together again quite yet.
And I've seen better success getting donations from corporate, national.
You know, my last fundraiser was leap year of 2020. And in March, when everything shut down and then stayed shut, I kept thinking, all those people who got stuff at my auction. Zip through the trees thing. I couldn't even use my own.
But I think also not all fundraising needs to be necessarily transactional or even large amounts. I mean, it's more about, like, I mean, my emphasis again is, you know, building community and just getting people into the fold. And as people become volunteers, and then if it's meaningful to them and they get more involved, then, you know, join a committee or, you know, advocacy or whatever committee they're interested in. And then eventually, you know, work their way up to the board. I mean, it's kind of, you know, however, you know, people need to find their comfort level. But I mean, for me, the gateway was through, you know, events and fundraising. So my plug.
I mean, the most requested thing here, we've requested it from the last, I'd say 3 CDMs, is incorporating a wine tasting with one of the national events. They tried to pull it into Stamp Out, and they tried to pull it into a walk, and they tried to pull it into just a wine tasting. And we actually have a doctor's office here where his staff typically are event-based volunteers. They'll help collect donations and whatnot, but only at event time. And they are actually, a bunch of them just up and said, okay, that's it. I'm not doing, if you guys aren't having a wine tasting, I'm out. I'm not doing this anymore. And for the last couple of CDMs, we've run into like problems with the higher up big donors, the big pharmas, the AbbVies and the Eli Lillys, and that they expect a certain thing from Stamp Out. They expect a certain thing from a walk, which doesn't include a wine tasting. And with the last thing that we had, it was the venue that stepped up and said, you can't have an outside winery come in, you'll have to use ours, and theirs sucked. The guy that they've hired for the Southeast region, I actually had a conversation with him a week or a week and a half ago, and he, in his previous job with the Heart Association, had found a venue that we might be able to pull in a wine tasting. So I'm kind of interested to see how that's going to work out down here.
Mark, we got to do the Oktoberfest wine tasting walk in what do you call that? What do you call when you walk from bar to bar to bar? I can't remember that. It's been so long.
It's like a bar crawl.
Bar pub, yes, we can have a wine tasting crawl in Encinitas. What do you think? Encinitas, or do you want Escondido? I think Encinitas
sounds excellent.
Encinitas is totally walkable, right?
Totally I'll come to San Diego for that.
I was gonna say, Matt, we can make that a national thing, stamp out, walk, run, cycle, and bar crawl.
Yeah, at the end.
We had a wine.
Yeah, I never even thought of that because as something smaller, because we do those with the Steel City Fins. We do bar crawls a couple of times a year. Could always do a bar crawl. I'd have to go to Pittsburgh to do it, but we could do it.
Yeah.
But then, yeah.
Sorry, we did a wine tasting here many years ago, and it was fairly successful. Didn't raise a lot of money, but a lot of people came. But we have the Temecula Valley, which is an up and coming wine area that has some really nice wineries. But that's a great idea, Bruce.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I said Escondido and I meant Temecula.
Well, they're a little different.
Isn't Fletcher's right by Del Mar? Fletcher's is the freeway exit. Should be Fletcher. You don't know what I'm talking about. Fletcher. How about as a surf spot? It's called Fletcher's Cove.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's Solana Beach. Yeah.
Solana Beach. So I isn't there a winery there? You could do wine tasting right there, like right in that
I
neighborhood.
don't know, 7-Eleven. I don't know.
Guys, I'll just jump in really quick. I'm Shayna. I work a lot with the marketing. I'm on the marketing team, but I work a lot with Team NPF. So I'm just noting all of your insights. This is all really helpful. DIY specifically, the sky's the limit. And for that reason, it's like, it sounds like there's so many different challenges based on your location and your community and the event type itself. But we're always looking for ways, to support you guys and to, really make it the best experience for everyone. We do have some really fun DIYs coming up. There's a color run that a youth ambassador is doing in Indiana that I'm really excited to see how that goes. But it's a first time for that event. But Tammy, I know yours, we've gotten so many insights on just, what has worked and what hasn't worked in the past.
Yeah.
So we'd love to keep talking to you about all of you guys about, what you think is working. And yeah, it can definitely be a location-based thing too.
Mm-hmm. And we have a new member that just joined that one of his side businesses is axe throwing.
Oh.
So, we may have an axe throwing event coming up.
All right.
I did that once at a Renaissance fair. I found out that I can't hit the side of a barn with an axe. Literally.
Your husband should be glad to.
Exactly, right. But I can use a crossbow. I did very good at the crossbow, which was a little frightening.
Well, guys, it's 1 o'clock. I think as the MCM supposed to wrap us up, but maybe not.
Well, I have one more comment. I saw that someone from the NPF is here. Here in the Midwest, right now I'm in the Midwest, we have a big problem with people not getting diagnosed. And I came with an out-of-state diagnosis from LA County out here a few years ago. And I saw 10 rheumatologists, and seven of the 10 would not accept an out-of-state diagnosis. In fact, they said I didn't have psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis at all. They'd say, you'd hear comments like, well, I don't know what your doctor really saw back in California on these notes, but because I don't see a rash, I don't believe it. Or you'd hear comments like, it's just central sensitization. It's, for some reason, you must really be seeking out methotrexate and enjoy taking it because you get a kick out of taking it.
Oh
You
yeah.
get high,
Yeah.
off methotrexate.
Okay.
That was, those kind of comments, 7 out of 10 out here. So I ended up calling 13 malpractice attorneys in the state, but none of them were willing to take this kind of case. That, I told them people were just not getting diagnosed until they had permanent damage. I had one doctor tell me he doesn't treat psoriatic arthritis. He doesn't believe in putting patients on biologics or methotrexate until after they already have permanent damage on x-rays. So he just waits for the permanent damage before he'll put them on a treatment.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's I remember that guy. And the place he worked for is called Health Partners, of all things.
Well, that's we need some awareness going on out there.
Yeah,
definitely.
It's really bad across all the states, because I hear the same thing from the neighboring states too.
Bruce, this is Jane Sladen from the NPF. I work in the Director of Patient Services and I oversee our Patient Navigation Center. And one of the things that we do is refer or find providers for patients. But I was really concerned, what was the name of that clinic where we don't want to send people?
Oh yeah, the doctor's name was Salpan Wu, and it's funny because he had 35 5-star reviews with the comment uses evidence-based medicine on a patient review site where you're supposed to review your doctor, except no patient puts that down as their comment when they see a doctor. He was clearly giving himself his own reviews, because no other doctor had anywhere close to 35 reviews.
And where is he located?
That's the Health Partners is at 401 Phelan Boulevard, Phalen, 401 Phelan Boulevard.
What city?
Boulevard in St. Paul.
St. Paul. Oh, here in Minnesota. Cool. I grew up in North Dakota.
Uh-huh. Oh yeah, that's the building. I pulled up the address.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Health Partners Specialty Center.
Bruce,
He's not the only one. I mean, Daniel Mueller out at the University of Minnesota Fairview is pretty bad too. He said kind of the same thing. It was central sensitization, and you must just enjoy taking methotrexate.
Yeah, because methotrexate's so much fun to take.
I know.
Oh,
He'd be someone I would. What's sad is he supposedly it's a wet lab, so he researches trying to reestablish self-tolerance. But I don't have a wet lab background because I was a software developer before I got this, so it was not something I could, retrain for in any reasonable number of years to work for him.
Bruce, are you still seeking appropriate medical help now, or at least are you in good care now?
I've got someone, at least. That's all I can say is I've got someone, but I miss my doctor from Long Beach. She's in semi-retirement. Long Beach, California, has gone into semi-retirement. My awesome doctors were all in LA County, uniformly it was LA County. And San Diego County was a big step down from there. And this place is even a step down from San Diego County.
Have you looked at the list that Jane's talking about? Have you looked at that list to see if there's anybody out where you are?
I have not. For the Spondylitis Association, we had to pull Salpan Wu's name off the list. He'd somehow gotten himself added to their doctor's list. So
ultimately, I mean, I tell people that I fired 6 dermatologists before I found the one I've got now after moving to Florida. I love the dermatologist I had in Pittsburgh. But as soon as I moved here, it was just and one of them is actually supposedly the leading guy here in Tampa. But ultimately, I found my current dermatologist on the foundation's list, and he actually shows up. He was one of our experts that we brought in for our Ask the Expert thing. So, and I just love him, like I said, right off the foundation list.
Got it. Yeah, and I don't know if I should be, one thing I've not actually been upfront because of the research I do right now is on physician-patient interaction. I tell them I'm on disability because there's no reason to bill my employer anyway. But I think in San Diego, I finally broke down and told the rheumatologist last time, listen, I'm on my way to SDSU right now for an epidemiology class, but don't tell me how evidence-based medicine works, because that's my job. I make evidence-based medicine. you're a clinician and I write evidence-based medicine. That's what I do for work. So there was a change in tone after that.
I think we all have our stories about our journey to getting a diagnosis. And that's in large part why the NPF is funding this psoriatic arthritis diagnostic tool. It would be nice if there was a quantitative way to assess and determine, because right now it's very subjective and probably up to, it's up to the perceptions of the individual doctor.
Oh, right. It's so someone, one doctor told me, so this friend of mine, I tried to get him to come today, and he said that he's in Florida, and he said he recently had the doctor turn on him and say, well, you don't have any anemia, so I don't see you as having a persistent chronic inflammation. And I laughed and I said, oh, I had doctors in Minnesota tell me that I have anemia and persistent low-level anemia, and they don't understand why, but it so obviously couldn't be from inflammation. So I said it wouldn't have helped you anyway.
That doesn't surprise me coming from somebody in Florida. Where in Florida is your from?
He's in Orlando. I think he's in Orlando, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like I visited him, but it sounds like he mentions Orlando all the time, and sometimes space, those rocket launches, waking him up or whatever.
Well, he should be able to find a good doctor there. Should is the key phrase.
Yeah, he's looking. He saw 2 or 3 this week.
This has been a wonderful conference, guys. I so appreciate you all attending. And Katie, I love your cat. I do see that he is a twin of John's cat. So yes. Well, I hope everybody has a wonderful afternoon and rest of the weekend and evening for those of you on the East Coast. And we'll see you again next time. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you, Jane, Audrey, and Sheena.